Yeah. Okay, there we go. We're on. Good evening, family. All the following pieces of information and presentation that I'm about to present and speak upon are things that have been proven to be true and are actually real. And, this is the destination to the path that we've been taking. So, with no further ado, let's get right into it. Sit back, relax, and let's experience the perception of completion of the journey.
Hi, my name is Greg Braden. I'd like to talk to you about my new book, The Spontaneous Healing of Belief, Shattering the Paradigm of False Limits. So I was writing my 2007 release, The Divine Matrix. We touched on so many points that could have been a book unto themselves, each point. And I didn't want the information to get buried in a footnote or a sideline in the Divine Matrix. And this book, The Spontaneous Healing of Belief, is one of those points. Almost universally, ancient texts and traditions say to us that there is a power that lives within each of us, that we are born into this world with the ability to somehow heal our own bodies, influence the world around us, to bring peace to our families, to our communities, and ultimately between nations. On the one hand, and on the other hand, the great spiritual mystery is how we find that power. How do we implement it in our lives? Well, what we know is that a growing number of mainstream scientists are now beginning to suggest that our entire universe works very similar to the way a computer works, except our universe now is believed to be based in consciousness. Consciousness is the language that allows this universe of ours to work the way it works. And just as every computer language has a program that allows it to get things done, our consciousness computer of the universe appears to work precisely the same way, and it's the power of our belief. The power of belief that literally rearranges the stuff, the atoms and the molecules that our world is made of to create the conditions of our romances, of our abundance, of our healing, of our peace, the success of our careers. So as different as these things all appear from one another, they're all linked through this language, this inner power of belief. I was trained as a scientist, and my training requires me to see proof when something that sounds almost too good to be true is stated as a fact. And for me, when I began to hear that simply by changing the way we feel could somehow not only change what happens inside of our bodies, but literally rearrange the atoms of the stuff our physical world is made of, I said, I'd like to believe that, and I'd like to see some proof. And lo and behold, our own scientists now have found this proof. They know it's there. There is no disagreement as to the fact that we interact with our physical world. The question, the controversy, is how much, to what degree. What we know is this, is everything is made of energy. You all have heard that before. I've heard that. We've all heard that for years. But we're only beginning to understand now is that it is our hearts, the human heart, that creates fields of energy, the same energy that everything else is made of, and the fields that are created inside of our hearts extend far beyond our bodies into the world around us. So literally, this is not a metaphor and this is not wishful thinking, but literally when we change the way we feel and what we believe about our feelings and our hearts, what we're doing is we're changing the electrical and the magnetic fields that touch the world around us and rearrange the stuff our universe is made of, and that is the secret of the ancients. This is the great spiritual mystery that yogis lived in caves for centuries to understand, and we don't have to do that. We don't have to give up everything that we love and seclude ourselves in a monastery or a cave to bring this very powerful wisdom to bear upon our lives, because it's very plain, it's very easy, it's very simple. In easy-to-understand science, through many true life stories, case histories, I've found this is the best way to share this power in our lives, because We've all had experiences with this power before. Maybe we're only beginning to recognize what it is that it really says to us. If the universe in fact works like a massive, unimaginably huge consciousness computer, and if belief really is the program that allows our consciousness computer to do what it does, to create the conditions and the situations and the circumstances in the world around us, and the healing in our bodies, the abundance in our lives, and all the things that are important to us every day. If that's true, then as with any computer, if you know the code, you know what the limits are of your capabilities. If we understand the code of human belief, suddenly we begin to understand that we are no longer bound. We're not limited by the laws of physics, at least as we know those laws today. We can transcend the laws that say we're separate from everything around us. We can transcend the laws that say that time and space are barriers between us and our relationships and the people that we love and hold dear. We can transcend the laws of aging. We can transcend the laws that tell us that we are limited in this world. And when we begin to do that, everything changes. When our civilization really begins to understand, when they really get what it is that our own science now is describing in the modern language that we understand, the scientific language, and how this dovetails with our most cherished and spiritual traditions, everything changes. Because it says we are no longer limited by anything other than the beliefs, the false limits of the beliefs of our conditioning from our past, our culture, our friends, our family, our subconscious beliefs. When we really begin to understand how these work and what they mean in our lives, everything changes, and that is when each of us has the opportunity to shatter our personal paradigm of false limits.
Ashe. Beautifully said. So, I just wanted to open up with that. Let me go ahead and switch it over here. I think that Greg Brayton did an excellent job in expressing kind of the direction of what we're doing here and where we're going here. So, man, big ups to Greg Brayton for that. What we're dealing with, right, is this divine cycle as we've been building on for the last week. It's a divine cycle. This thing is much bigger than we could even imagine, right? So what we have is our perception of direction, as we learned, right? With the vibration, and electromagnetism, with the cycle, the lessons of the cycle itself, right? It's like the structure of the cycle. Like, really, when we look in nature and we even look at ourselves, we see every part of this working one thing, and it's absolutely astounding. It's profound and astounding, and we can't really fully grasp its totality, right? Of course, from the point that we're in. So what we're dealing with is a confrontation of ourself of the highest magnitude. That's what we're dealing with. So when we look at these ideas of life and death, these perceptions of the cycle, beginnings and ends, what we're dealing with is actually a perception. It's not an actual, it is. I mean, again, it's half true. So it is and it's not. So we can say what it is and then we can say what it's not. Either way, no matter what. So it's going to be, that particular balance. And that's what we're dealing with here when we're tapping into tonight's topic, which is transfiguration. Now, this is something that is probably not on the mind of many people. I'll just say it like that. Like, I'm gonna be willing to bet that, the vast majority of people are not considering this kind of perception, let's say, or existence or idea, so to speak. So I'm going to be, go out on a limb and say, this is a topic that only a few of the many humans that are on the same path, are at this particular point of understanding. And that's not a bad thing. That's not saying a bad thing or a good thing. That's just saying that, things happen the way they're supposed to happen, so to speak, right? See, when we say stuff like that, like, it's not, see, people think that's a cop out. They're like, oh, but if you're leaving it to fate and destiny, then you're just out here blind. That's not true. See, that's the big lesson. Yo, wisdom, what's good, brother?
Oh, you talking to me?
I'm on the stream. I'm talking to the stream.
Uh, Wait, who is this displaying them that I don't know what they watching.
Oh no, that's just Ray. You can mute his mic, you can mute him on your
How?
end. Just click on his name, and you should see the mute
Name?
button.
Wait, hold on. You said click on his name, right?
Yeah, just tap his name right there, and
I did. I tapped his name.
you see a mute
Maybe I
button.
need to. Maybe I need to hit something else. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought you could just. I know on the computer you could just right click and hit mute.
Um.
But yeah, he's not on the stream right now. I have his background muted right now, so I'm just gonna keep it rolling. Just to complete the thought. But as we can see, we're dealing with this balance of life and death. That's what life is in our perception, because you're living and dying, like the brother said yesterday on the love stream when we were, building on love, which was absolutely amazing, right? I just say these words, but I mean, there are no real words to describe like the levels of vibrations that these things reach, right? We have to create new words. And so, the beauty of it is really just seeing that incredible, uncanny, infinite, unbound balance of, what can you call it? The Most High. And so this thing is, what you are. Is what you are. So that's what Transfiguration is relating to. When we look at life and death, that's another polarity. It's another duality. It's another, reason for movement between a cycle, right? Because you're shifting from one perception to the other, and that's the movement. And so that's what light is. That's what life is. It's the movement. That's why we have the figurative infinity of life and death. It's the movement, right? It's the time variable. The time variable, because when it becomes the 8, it becomes the double circle, the double nothing. So one nothing is now everything, and the other's nothing is still nothing. And so that's what we're dealing with. We're having the time variable. When we see the figure eight of time, it's double zero, double nothingness. So we've built on. I'm not going to revisit. That's what I said. This is not going to be a long stream, because I'm not going to revisit all of the ideas that we built on, because this was actually a motion. This was moving in a direction. So, it's like a current. So you have to, kind of flow with the current, in order to receive it, well. And so, I would recommend just, referring back to the previous builds and things like that when we're dealing with the zero and the significance of the zero or the vortex. Like the brother brought out yesterday, Sensei 9 brought out yesterday, the love vortex. We have to, consider these things. So as we continue the journey into Transfiguration, what it really is about is death and embracing death, right? Knowing that death is an aspect of the cycle. So that's the foundation right there. We need to know that, obviously the shadow is a part of it. That's what we've been building on. So when we talk about, the fear aspect of it, that's where we accept our fears, like we built on yesterday. You got to know your fears. You got to know yourself. Accepting that death is in actuality. It's something that is not, it's not a punishment. It's not something to fear. It's not something that, because again, me as a proponent of the upward motion Taurus, I'm going to tell you that, hey, death is nothing to fear. You want to move in a positive motion of, knowing that life includes death and that death is a part of life. And so that the perception of a complete cycle is what we're dealing with, right? What is that perception of complete cycle? That's what you got to realize, because you're realizing like, oh, I'm starting from birth and then I'm cycling around and I'm going to death. So what is that perception of the complete cycle? Once again, back at zero, back at the vortex, right? Here we have life, death, decay, rebirth. Life and death, interchangeable. That's another thing. When we talk about, going in the inverse or the inverted, these things are interchangeable. Interchangeable. So what it is a definition of each other, right? And we clearly see this. I mean, it's literally in our face all day, every day, in our very existence, to a degree of touch, which is like enhanced sight, like touch is like enhanced sight. Like if everything's light, then all these senses are revolving around wave bases and, light. And so we can look at touch as enhanced sight, because sight is the reception, the reflective reception of light, which is creation, right? So we're getting the reflective reception of light. So what is this whole Christ thing about, right? Let's talk about that a little bit. When people, refer to Christ, what is Christ? When we're talking about Christ, that's the whole mystery of the mother and child. We built on that. Let's see, what build was that? That was electromagnetism. When we were talking about electromagnetism, that's a deep, deep secret, y'all. Not a secret. I said secret. They keep it as a secret. People that have fear, that's that part of us that's dwelling in the fear, which is them. They're still a part of us, and they're dwelling in the fear, and they're having that perception of a secret. And then they keep the secret, and this is the way it manifests in their reality as a secret. But really, it's not a secret, it's a mystery. And it's there, and it's available for you to behold at any moment, at any so-called time or whatever, right? The timing is everything, and the timing is right. When the timing is right, that's when you'll understand the mystery. That's when you'll see the mystery that's been right in front of you the whole time. You'll see it. And it's the simplest thing, right? And so it's levels to our existence. And so when we talk about, let me see if I have it here. Yeah, I'm gonna just do it right here then, because I thought I had the. Let me put that in real quick. I want to show that to the family real quick. Okay. So when we're dealing with the sun and the moon, right? Because this is all relates to transfiguration. Look, you know how we gotta build it. We gotta build it. So check it out. That upward motion, right? We're dealing with transfiguration. We're dealing with sun and moon. People think, oh, the moon and the sun go around, right? They're like, oh, the moon and the sun rotate, which is true, right? Never mind what they actually are. We're not going to even get into that. That's not what this is about. Because once you're on a path of transfiguration, this type of recording is not necessary. So this is like, when I say the path, I'm talking about the final steps. I don't mean the whole path. Obviously, the whole path is already happening. We know that. We're on that path now. And how this could be your introduction course before you get ready to start the real course, later. And so, so to speak, right? Or it could just be entertainment. This could just be entertaining. So what we see with the sun and the moon is that the moon is like the ladies was telling us in electromagnetism. And I really, that's something, man, I understand like how that just goes over everybody's heads. Like I get it. Like these ladies were building so powerfully that it takes a while. And that's just how it is, like it's like, wow, that stuff is so powerful. You have to really ponder on a lot of this stuff to let it sink in, so to speak, into your subconscious, because a part of existing includes a certain programming for your subconscious, so to speak, because we got to stop looking at this stuff on a personal level. That's what we learned with love, that love is universal, so it's unbounded, it's unconditional. So we can't be looking at like, oh, these people are trying to do this to us. We got that mind state. Yeah, that's not the love. Like that's fine. It's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with, existing and playing out your path the best, you're able to do that. I mean, there could be nothing wrong with you living your life, basically. But at the same time, it's all these micro lessons and things that we're learning in the material realm based on our material focus. And so that's what, Greg Braden was kind of alluding to when he was talking about, using your mind but see, he saw it the reverse way. Let me touch on that. See how Greg Braden was seeing it. He was talking about like the real thing, right? He was saying like, and I'm gonna get back to the sun and the moon, but he was saying like, you gotta actually get your mind right in order to, understand the power of doing this and that, and, healing and, kind of unlocking this key or something, like unlocking this hidden, power within yourself, like where you're able to do something that we might consider extraordinary or something like that, right? Like a healing, etc. and this and that, right? So yes, he's correct, and I agree with Greg Braden. And also, you got to understand the other side of what Greg Braden is saying. That's what I'm saying. The other side, like we talked about the zero, right? The 0 and the 1, right? There's always the other side, right? That's just how it works. So the other side of that, right, is that as you expand your awareness, the control releases, and the control becomes something greater. Now that's where destiny comes in. That's where fate comes in, right? Where you feel like, oh, it was destiny, it was this and that. The control expands into something greater when the perspective is changed. So it's the same thing we've been learning, right? That's the same thing we've been learning. So these are the foundations of transfiguration. So when we look at the sun and the moon, people think, this is a balance. This is a sun and a moon. What does that mean? Guys, I'm like I said, this is not going to be a long stream, so I'm going to go ahead and cut right to it. Unless anybody that has questions can definitely jump on, interject anything at any time. Anytime. And so the sun and the moon is not the kind of balance you think, right? Because what the sun and the moon is showing us is the mother and the child. I guess, I should have brought that up. Let me bring that up, okay? Because let me help people understand, like, we're going to keep it like that, right? You got the Madonna and child, and then, of course, there's the Black Madonna and child, which are actual historical artifacts. It's really just a time period thing. It's just a time period thing. Same difference. Time period thing. And so with the time period thing, right? And so again, cycle, guys. Remember, period, cycle. Woman, period, right? Woman has period. Period is a cycle. We learned that, right? Just building on these same concepts. And so period is a cycle. So a time period thing's a different ethnicity or this kind of expression coming from different cycles or something like that. A different cycle. And so, you know, that's what you're dealing with. But at the end of the day, we still talking about the same thing, the Madonna and child, right? And so what is the lesson of the Madonna and child is the sun and the moon. That's the child. That's not the man. That's the boy. So like the son is the boy. Why is the son the boy? Because the father is all of creation and all light. The sun is a local light. The sun is the child. The sun is a local light that is the child of the greater light and the greater mother, right? So you have a representation of the mother, which is the moon, like the woman says, like they told us, like the ladies built on, the cycles. And then we have the child. So then you're saying, okay, but wait a second. But in our physical bodies, it's a man and a woman and then a child. Like it's us, it's them, and then a child. Right? So you're like, well, how does that make sense? Because you're like, what about, you know, the moon and the sun? Like, how where's the father? And the father is the unseen. The father's the unseen. And so the father, you know, is relating to that dance of electromagnetism. And, you know, that's going to be opened up. You know, I feel like that knowledge and the more knowledge on that is going to be opened up with the moon and some kind, you know, the electromagnetic unseen other aspect, you know, how like we have Polaris, we have the sun and the moon, and we have the unseen direction, right? The flow of it. It's the direction of it. So that it's going to be that black sun. I'm going to just tell you what it is. I'm a spoiler alert. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be that black sun that's telling you the direction, the movement. It's like a electromagnetic or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a magnetic black sun or something like that. So in that way, the moon could be masculine. You know, people don't realize that. But then they're like, oh, but it's shaping the cycles. Exactly. Because the play of the masculine and feminine is shaping the cycles, not just one. There's also the unseen aspect of it too. That's what we got to realize. So when we're dealing with the black sun, that's knowledge that's on the fringe. You know, a lot of people are not aware of that and not familiar with that. So I'm not going to go too deep on that. It's not that important because, again, this is all stuff that's within you anyway, right? So you'll inevitably, you know, realize, right? You'll inevitably come to that realization. And so when we having that moon moving in motion, you know, we have something that's influencing that motion and controlling. So not controlling, but in balance with. That's a better way to say. Because when I say controlling, you know, that's just my human self just saying like, oh, yeah, you know, from that standpoint of materialism, like, oh, yeah, I'm controlling something. But that's, again, our free will versus destiny, cosmic destiny is a matter of perspective. That's all. It's not a right or wrong either, right? So that's the beauty of it. It's like, so just because you're aware of one doesn't mean that the other is wrong, you know, or something like that. Like, it's not like that. You know, the right or wrong, you know what that is? That's another reflective projection of duality. It's another like internal reflection again. Like you're like quadruple, septuple, whatever, reflecting the light so many times, just click, click, you know, so many reflections of light within yourself. And it leads to your opinion of good and bad because it's so micro. It's so minimal, right? It's so personal and subjective. It's that concentration of reflection of light, right? That creates the opinion and the duality of the so-called opinion. But I'm here to tell you that, you know, that is the same as cosmic destiny. It's literally a perspective change. It's a perspective change. So that's all we're dealing with, and that's what we've been spelling out this whole entire time. This is where the path leads, is that in an upward trajectory, and I can speak for the upward trajectory, you know, of things. We're moving towards a awareness of self, a greater awareness of self. And this definitely relates to transfiguration. So let me see here. That's partial mystery of the sun and moon. Again, all of it hasn't been brought out yet. People, I feel like we're going to fully understand this whole thing as time continues. We'll get a more clear picture, at least before it's over, I would hope. So and so, it's a fun thing, man. It's a cosmic game. And so we have this beautiful display of cosmic force in our very face. We want to go to zoos. We want to go stare and poke at animals and, put people in cages and this and that. That's the micro vision. When we got the big so-called zoo or the big exhibit in front of us the whole time and nobody can cage it up. And we talking about the sun and the moon rotation. Who can cage it up? And so that's what we dealing with. And so we dealing with the higher self, all right? It's just like we talked about the lower self, right? Well, what is this perception of the higher self? It's what it is you growing to the realization of your greater self. You start to realize that this whole thing is taking place within you, that you are the culmination of these things. But you don't see it from a personal human standpoint, like from within the dream, so to speak. That's the material human way to look at it. You don't see it like that. You see it from a open standpoint of like, you're like, hey, I'm greater. I'm a bigger. It's like all the people, the love is the reflection, is the main line. I don't know what you want to call that. Like that's the vortex, like the brothers were saying and the sisters were saying. That's the vortex. The love is the vortex where it all comes from, so to speak. I mean, not even comes from, but balances from, so to speak. It's incredible. It's a very deep, sacred relationship between this duality or this perception of duality. And it's really, you can try. I would say the beginning point is the vortex, and that's just my personal opinion. I would say that is the beginning and the end is the vortex. And that vortex is creating a perception of a anti-vortex, which is a torus field kind of situation. It's very interesting the way this plays out. And so it's extremely beautiful when you truly begin to see yourself for who you truly are. It's just like I can just tell a person that. I can walk up on somebody and say, man, you're extremely beautiful if you really start to see yourself for who you really are. And that would be a true statement. You know what I'm saying? Like you could literally walk up to anybody and say that. Because who you really are is undeniable beauty. No one can deny that. You can't deny the perfection that created the reflection that created the reflection that created the reflection that created you. You know what I'm saying? As a micro dimensional within a multi-dimensional experience, right? Like, come on. I mean, we dealing with grandiose beauty beyond the comprehension of such reflection, right? And so it is the reflection, though. That's the beauty. That's the ultimate beauty. Like it's like it continues. And so that's what we realize. And so as we continue to talk about this, I just wanted to spell it out with the sun and the moon because it's very important to realize what true duality is that it's not duality. And that's the deeper lesson. It's not duality.
So it's actually all one.
We're all one. Indeed. We're all one. And so you're the one. We're the one. We're all the same as the one, which is profound, right? It's like a very profound reflection of reality. It's light reflecting in such a way that creates this kind of reality that we find ourselves in. And so it's this grandiose beauty, this extraordinary symphony, right? As each one of us takes our walk in life and like goes this direction and goes that direction, you walk outside, you turn that corner and everything's beautiful, And like you see this, we experience, we inhale, exhale, we continue in our emanation and our manifestation as a thought form within a thought form within a thought form. Like we're in this thing. And it's a beautiful reflection when we realize that we have this way of experiencing death, which is, remember, is not a bad thing. Death is, again, the transition of the cycle, so to speak. It's the motion. It's the necessary aspect of motion, which is the dying out, right? As the motion comes in, it must die out because it's the unseen, right? And so it has to, it's electric, that movement is for it to be a movement, right? I mean, because if it's all movement, it's everything again. So it's zero. It's no movement. So that means, like, for it to be some kind of perception of movement, it has to be that inner reflection of light that creates our experience in and out. Boom. We have the experience of like an electric bolt. We come in existence for a flash, and then boom, we're out of existence. And so we see that, that's called what we determined in earlier builds. Shout out to the brother that was building on that, the mental ninja. From earlier builds, we talked about the temporal nature of things and the perspective of illusion. When we call things illusionary and we say it's an illusion, really another way to see it, which is half true, because another way to see it is temporal. It's temporal. The illusionary aspect of it is the temporal part of it. So that's really what it is. It's both. You could say temporal or illusion, but you'll be saying half true. When you say temporal, I feel like temporal kind of gives a better picture of it. You could say, oh, that's half true, but we could do that into infinity. And so we have to be on one side or the other in order to create the thing, right? So that's the balance. That's the harmony. That's the beautiful harmony that we talked about in previous builds. And so all these things culminate and come together to create the perfect balance. And that's what we're talking about. So I just want to demonstrate, right, what higher frequencies are capable of. In this video, we watched these Chinese naturopathic scientists demonstrate through consciousness the live healing of a tumor. And this is recorded. People, I have not seen anyone successfully debunk this. So please, if you want to say this is debunked, you must bring it to my attention and tell me how this is debunked, because I have not seen this debunked. This is the real deal. So these people healed the tumor through conscious, what you can call chanting and prayer, live, for a recording, and they recorded it. And so, again, it's all about your perception, guys. So again, believe what you will, but I will play this example. Please check this out.
Over 8 years, the center has successfully treated more than 180 types of illnesses, including bladder cancer.
看到了没有？就是在这个膀胱三角球的左侧和一个压壶，这么一个。发气，各位老师，咱们一块用你俩发气。
They got the original versus the live footage. That's one side. The left side is the original picture of it, the tumor. They're now praying over this lady, and they're doing the spiritual chants and visualization, saying they are healed. They are healed. It is so. This kind of idea, like it's already done. That's the kind of energy they bring in. Like they're feeling like it's already done. They're feeling like the person is already healed, and the chanting is supporting that. And they are chanting this tumor out of existence. Now,
Bro, where are you showing it at? Are you showing it on here?
oh no, hold one moment. I'll put it on here. My bad. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. I'm going to take it back a little bit for you, Wisdom, just so you can see what happened. It's not that long of a video. It's actually a 2-minute video, so it's not that long of a video. This is off of YouTube. Cancer healing in China. Just put that in if you want to see this for yourself on YouTube. I've seen this before. This is just a random clip version of this. I've seen this from other capacities years ago. This happened, and many people knew about this. So, just showing you the capabilities of yourself reflected within yourself, and showing you really how truly significant you are, so to speak. I mean, because you are it. So let's check again. They show the original picture of the tumor here. It's inside. They got the tumor right there. This is the live footage that they're bringing up. It's showing it live. So, you know. Again, there will be those that will be skeptical. They will say, hey, you know, this didn't happen, this or that. I would challenge them to bring their proof that it didn't happen. Show me the proof it didn't happen. I would love to see it. Because here's the proof that it did happen. It's happening right now. So on the right side is the live footage. As you can see over time, they're making a tumor disappear. You know, they've done this in many cases. This is in the bladder. Power of belief in the bladder. Already gone. Now, there. It's done. It's done. It's done. Now. They were saying like, it's done. It's already done. Now. Come on, man. What are we talking about here, guys? I mean, what are we talking about here? Do we see it yet? Do we see the vision? You know, are we starting to see the vision? Because that's just the beginning. You know? This whole thing is about just creating this larger vision, right? Of the destination. It's beautiful, isn't it? So next, we're going to get into the energy bodies. Again, this is not going to be a long stream. I just wanted to cover some very fundamental, but fundamental in a small and large way. Cosmically fundamental and personally fundamental. And so we'll continue by, you know, tapping into our own energy field here and seeing, you know, our subtle physiology, as the Quantum University has called it, Quantum University from YouTube. We'll check this out. So let's see the different parts. I know many of us have seen the chakras and this kind of thing. We're most, I would say maybe most of us are familiar with the chakras at this point. The different energy bodies. You know, they have people saying that they have machines that can take pictures of your chakras and your different energies and things of this nature. So we're pretty far into the chakra game as a human species, so to speak, or however you want to look at it, a human, or just as a being, a living being. How about that? I'll just say it like that. Just as a living being then. But yeah, let's go ahead and just take a look at the subtle physiology. I mean, we're building on Transfiguration right now.
Subtle physiology. Recently, physicists like Akimov and Shipov, 1996, have discovered the existence of rotating fields known as torsion fields. These fields are not classical and have a scalar nature, informative field. The scalar nature is related to the informative aspect. The chakras of Vedic literature can be torsion fields capable of receiving and processing information from the most subtle fields. They are whirling vortices of subtle energy involved with the flow of higher energies into the cellular structures of the physical body, true energy transformers. According to the subtle physiology of Hindu philosophy, these energies flow through the nadis, 72,000 in all. The energy channels nourishing the nervous system, brain, spinal cord, and peripheral nerves. Anatomically, the chakras are associated with the nerve plexus and endocrine glands, transforming the energies of the higher dimensions into glandular hormonal production that influences the physiological and organic processes. The more subtle information, therefore, is transformed into chemicals by the glands as they are influenced by the scalar waves produced by the chakras. Each of the chakras is related to certain physical processes, organs, and psycho-emotional processes. The first has energetic relationships with the kidneys, large intestines, bladder, adrenal, and catabolic processes. The second is associated with the ovaries, prostate, uterus, and reproduction. The third has energetic relationships with stomach, spleen, pancreas, liver, gallbladder, small intestine, and anabolic processes. The fourth is associated with the thymus gland, immunity, and the heart. The fifth has energetic relationships with the lungs, throat, thyroid, and speech organs. The sixth is associated with pituitary, eyes, and middle of the brain. The latter has energetic relationships with the pineal and cerebral neocortex. Regarding the emotional and psychic aspects, the first chakra is linked to selfishness, competitiveness, and orientation toward survival. The second is linked to fear, sexual instinct, lust, and love. The third is linked to pride, anger, indignity, and resentment. The fourth is linked to universal love, feeling of loss, hurt, and jealousy. The fifth is linked to freedom of expression and frustration. The sixth is linked to mental clarity as well as cognitive confusion. The latter is linked to spiritual satisfaction and inner fulfillment, but also to spiritual despair and depression. Understanding the multidimensional nature of the human being, coupled with the application of new therapeutic modalities based on the use of subtle energies, will allow the adoption of more natural, less traumatic, non-toxic, and more efficient healing methods. Knowledge of how these energetic and informative fields interact within subtle anatomy and physiology is an essential prerequisite for the development of more effective and profound clinical and therapeutic strategies with regard to the multidimensional treatment of being.
Wasn't that beautiful? Again, by Quantum University on YouTube. So just a beautiful presentation. Basically telling you what you need to know now. Only less than 10,000 people have seen that presentation on YouTube. All right. I recommend you go check it out for yourself. It's just that video. I mean, it's beautiful, you know, it's a beautiful video. Subtle physiology and the chakras. It just kind of spells it out. You know, people get caught up on this or that, and they don't realize the cycle of it, and they don't realize that the cycle's a repeated thing. Nothing new, you know, there's nothing new about it. It's a repeated, infinite thing. It's always beginning, always ending. That's what the beginnings and endings show you, you know. See, when you have a greater idea of yourself, now you start to see other people's reality as lessons to yours because it's a reflection of you. So now you do care. Not to say that, see, again, in this, it's a balancing act because you don't want to over care, you know. You don't want to overdo it, go over the mark, meaning you're too up in your upper chakras. You need to be balanced in the middle. And sometimes you got to accept things as they are, as we discussed yesterday, right? Beautiful build. And so, yeah, there are subtle energy bodies, right? And the reason I'm displaying these things is, you know, it's not to tell you every single little detail because, of course, there are more than that. Like maybe this one would show it. I'm not sure. There are deeper teachings on the different levels of energy bodies and things of that. You know, it gives, you know, guys, I mean, this is your being. You can explore it. That's what you're here for, right? For you to explore it. So it's only so much that someone can tell you that, hey, this is that, or this is how it is, or it's only so much that even needs to happen because at the end of the day, it's your life, right? It's you exploring it for us, all of us, right? We're all exploring it for each other. And that's why we have compassion with each other, right? Because compassion does what? It acknowledges the truth. Compassion acknowledges the truth. And then what does, these ideas like forgiveness and things like that, when we talked about that yesterday, when you forgive, why do you feel the perception of forgiveness? Because, well, you were holding on to something. So when you accept things, I feel like that's the balance. That's what you get to. That's the point you get to. When you bring your energy back from forgiveness, you finally accept it, but the key is that, acceptance is something that's universal. Love is universal. So there is no condition on it. So think about that. So you don't have to wait to accept it. You don't have to go through a process to accept it. Because remember, the process is always happening, whether you're experiencing or perception of it or not. The process is happening. Oh, best believe it. It's happening. So, it's moving, right? It's becoming one. The zeros and the ones is always dancing. That dance is always occurring, whether we're aware of it or not. See, that's the part where we're at, that we as individuals, so-called individual, thought forms, wave patterns, however you want to look at it, light-based beings and stuff like that, that's what we're aware of, it's a reflection. So as we continue, we look further at our body, at our subtle energy bodies, just giving you an introduction, just scratching the surface on that. You saw 72,000, et cetera, big numbers. Don't worry, there are people that really get into that in this realm, and then, imagine. So, just get into it. If it's something that's, that you resonate with, that's why you resonate with it, right? Isn't that why you resonate with it? Because you're of the resonant frequency of it. It's something real to you. It's in your life, this, et cetera. So, that kind of jumps over, we're going to get right into like, what is the science of the Merkaba, right? The Merkaba, as I prefer to say. What is the science of the Merkaba? This is all, again, relating to the same subject we're here to talk about tonight, right? Where the road leads. Where does the road lead? We see some fantastic depictions, and things like that. Where does the road lead? I like this. This kind of telling you something right here. When you look at this one, you're seeing a higher self. You're becoming a higher self. So, remember, like, think about this, right? Imagine if you were a blood cell, right? And you thought, like, you existed in this reality, and, you thought you were separate and, this and that. But it turns out you're a part of this greater thing, right? That's like this blood, that's a part of this human, that's a part of, et cetera. That's powering or providing the sustenance for experience and existence, And so, wow, that's pretty bad. I looked at it and it has a bad meaning. Like, look at that. That's bad, man. It says a binding ritual permanent. Holy smokes, that's horrible. That's pretty bad, man. But when we look at the true Merkaba, right, we deal with actual higher self. I don't know what that was about. That's insane. I was very surprised to see that at the bottom of that. That was like, whoa. I ain't even pay attention. I just looked at the image. But we were just talking about the image, not the name of these things. I don't know what's wrong with people, but it's all of that influx of energy, I guess, right? So it's influx meaning movement, flux, the movement of energy. So it's that back and forth. Once again, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's the wave pattern. It's the vibration aspect of it. It all has it. That's important to know. So when we're talking about the Merkaba, we're talking about the energy bodies, as we just saw. We saw that we had these different energy points and things like that. These things are all in relationship with each other, right? So everything's in relationship with itself. Everything is growing into itself. What is it becoming? That's the knowledge of the higher knowledge, right? That's when you're up on the higher chakra. It's like you're in the torus and it's vibrating right to left or horizontal both ways. It's vibrating horizontal, and it's also vibrating vertical. So it's having that circular motion in this dimension, right? It's very deep. And so we're just talking about things from this dimension, guys. That's how deep this is, right? Like when we talk about like the cosmos and the cosmic and things like that, I want you to understand something. I'm going to put that out there too, because this is like that cosmic level stuff, right? Understand something, like overstand that, that's one universe, right? Like the Most High is beyond our comprehension, to be honest. Like when we talk about the creator or the divine architect or whatever, name we want to put on that, the grand architect or, however you want to look at it, it's beyond your comprehension. You know that. We all know that. Like from a human standpoint, we know that. Like we know, like, man, you can't outthink God, you can't, but of course people will try to do that because that's the spiral of their torus, and it's that inner dimension they seek. And so we built on that, we built on all of that. I'm not going to go too deep into all of that when we talk about the downward and the inner dimension aspect of the downward spiral, and this kind of idea, and that you can have an inner dimensional aspect of an upward spiral. So again, you always have these dualities, and that's how you should look at life instead of just being stuck on one end of it. When something is something to you, it doesn't mean that it's really that, it just means that, well, that's just one way it was taken. So what is the way that you really take it, right? Why do you take it that way? Those are the questions that you ask to get to the root of the problem. Because then when you do that, now you're coming up again, right? You're coming up into understanding. The grudges are lifted. You either accept it or maybe you need to go up and forgive, Then you get to your forgive. Now you can accept it then, right? After you forgive. Because it's just lightening your load. So it's all that process. It's all that process. All that same process. And so we have to, allow ourselves to embrace that process and understand what we're dealing with here. Now, like I said, I already know this is not for a lot of people. This is not for the, what you could say is the average person and stuff like that. I get it. It's just, I have to do this, right? And so, this knowledge, once we're coming into this knowledge and we're on this movement and we're going upward, we really don't, it's nothing to, you don't need a YouTube video. You don't need, to hear anything, that's just another reflection, And so really it's about the simple things of it, right? It's not about the technical explanation of it. It's not about the technical description of it. It's about just it being simple, just the simple part of it, right? It's simple. It's a part of you already. It's already a part of you. So what is the Merkaba? The Merkaba is the upward and downward motion, right? We talk about the torus field. I'm just keeping it simple. Like when I say these things and I combine these concepts so simply, that's for the sake of keeping things simple, guys. Like I'm trying not to overwhelm too much. I know it's just deep subjects, like super deep. I get it. Trust me. I get it. But I'm trying my best to like keep it somewhat relative, grounded to, so to speak, where we can kind of relate to it in a sense. So I just objectify it and say, well, it's the motions, it's pointing, it's spinning, just like it's the torus field. It's the same thing. It's points within the torus field, right? It's spinning and it's actually aiming in that rotation upward and downward. And it's also spinning though at the same time. So that's what this is telling you, this illustration. That's why I like it. It's telling you Merkaba meditation helps you meet your higher self. It's like always a dualistic view. Like you can have medication, you can have meditation, right? It's that dualistic view of it. And to meet your higher self, what does that really mean? See, See, let me tell you what that really means since we talking about transfiguration, right? Meeting your higher self is not exactly what you think, right? So when you meet your higher self, guess what? Your higher self includes everybody out here in this realm. That's your higher self. Like your actual higher self is the one, is who you are as oneness. That's the oneness collective consciousness of this realm. That's your higher self. See, a lot of people don't think that. They don't realize. See, they think like, oh, it's my higher self. I have an individual. That's because what it is as a shadow or as a so-called, lower aspect, which is not a disrespect. Because remember, matter is a form of that. If we look at it, matter itself is a form of that, right? So we can say that about all of matter, which is light. So we can say that about all of light. So it's not that's that, again, human polarity if we think it's something wrong with that, like if we think it's an issue. But, what it really is that, it's just a reflection. It's just another reflection. So, we're spinning, we're going in one direction or the other. That's just a perception. Really, you're always actually going in both, to be honest, You're always going in both. Your consciousness, right? Because the real truth of it all, guys, is that both are what make the one. You get it? So when we're talking about going downward or upward on the Taurus field, yeah, I'm the guy. I'm like, okay, I'm over here. I'm like, guys, remember, come on, man. It's your reality. Republican, Democrat, Crips, Bloods. It's those major things. Of course, we have the hidden GDs. The black sun, that's not mentioned, but is there influencing and creating motion, right? That's the GDs. And so we have those aspects, right? And so, there's the truth of it. There's the truth of it. And so it all plays out. It just all plays out. Whether we want it to or not, many of us will fear this type of information. We'll fear it. We'll think like, oh, this is something bad. We'll have like some kind of bad reaction towards it. And remember, guys, our reactions are reflecting us. Remember that book I had recommended to y'all was the Destructive Emotions. That's a good book to read, man. I forget the author, but trust me, you'll find it. It's Destructive Emotions by the Dalai Lama and I forget the brother's name, but he breaks it down. He's a scientist. It's a scientist. But Destructive Emotions, but yeah, I'm gonna show him some love real quick. Look it up real quick. Just give me a second here. It's Daniel Goleman. Yeah, the Dalai Lama and Daniel Goleman. So I recommend that book. I really actually enjoyed that book a lot. I actually own a copy of that. I read it years ago, over a decade ago, and then recently I just bought a used copy of it, just to have it, reread it sometimes. It's a good book. I recommend it. It really helps you to truly kind of get a better grasp of your emotions from a practical standpoint and just a human standpoint. But yeah, man, we have so many different, there's so many ways you can go with this, man. I mean, you don't need books. You don't need that book. You don't need any book, really. I'm going to be honest with you, right? Remember the 0 and the 1. To be the 1, all you got to do is be the 0 and realize you're the 0. Oh, do you need a book for that? No, you don't. So guess what? It's simple. You got to keep it simple. The lessons are reflecting each other, guys. That's all. It's just reflecting each other. So the Merkaba is dealing with you balancing the heart, right? It's going to tie into what we're going to talk about next, right? Because the Merkaba is nothing but the star tetrahedron. That's the other way they say the Merkaba, right? It's just it's just a geometric formation, right? And this is the 64-point geometric formation. Is just the complexifying of the simplicity, right? But which is valid. That's all valid because sometimes we like it complex. Sometimes we like it simple, That's that. Remember, guys, it's all a fluctuation, and that's what we got to remember in order to have the true balance that it takes for the path of transfiguration, which this is all naturally a process of it. You're already in your process of transfiguration, is, and again, whether that's this lifetime or that's completely subjective. That's completely subjective. It's your perception. It's based on your perception. So, the transfiguration is within us all. What all it is that's that perfect harmony. Because what you realize is that, again, all motion is no motion. So what does that mean, right? What does it mean? Think about it. All motion is no motion. Let's slow it down. All motion is no motion. Think about it, right? Think about that. What does that mean? That means, listen, let me break it down for you, huh? It means all things are happening at the same time. What does that mean? You don't get it? Everything's happening at the same time. Come on, guys. Like, it's, that's what this is what this is all about. That's the balance. Right? What does it mean that all motion just is no motion? It's like all motion is everything, every possibility, every moment, That's everything. It's ascension, it's descension, it's inner, it's outer. It's everything. It's as deep as you can think, right? Challenge yourself. See how deep you can think. How about that? See how deep you can think. I used to play a game with a friend of mine. Me and her, we used to play this game, and what it was is we just remembered. It's some kind of game of memory. And we just like say something, and then the next person just says what that person says and adds something to it. And then you take that, what they said, and you add more to it. And then you just keep building back and forth and see who gets it right before they mess up, right? It was just a game we played. It was so childish. It was like, whatever, y'all. We just had fun. It was fun for us. Like, there have been times where we stayed up all night playing that. Like, But it's just about your perception. It's all about your perception. It's never right or wrong. It's hard to say that. It's hard to really truly comprehend that. And so that's what this whole transfiguration thing is about. It's not about thinking that you know. Oh, you got to know. It's knowing you know. It's like a reflection like of truth, like you're in tune with, right? That's that cosmic harmony. Because what all motion is no motion means is that, guess what, guys? There's already a part where you already transcending, where you're already doing it. That exists already. All motion is no motion, guys. You don't get it? So that means all time is an illusion because everything already happened. Possible. Every possible thing that you could possibly think of. I know it sounds crazy, right? But that's all motion is no motion, guys. That's what it really means. And so, when you're dealing with that, you realize that, hey, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing when you understand unconditional love. It's a beautiful thing because what it does is allowing your balance. It's allowing you the perfect balance. So the real lesson is through both sides of the equation, right? That's how you truly understand the middle part of the equation, right? So the real lesson is the higher chakras, the lessons of those, and then the lower chakra, the lessons of those, and the understanding and the balance of all those lessons. And then boom, it's the middle chakra the whole time type of thing. And so that's what the science of the Merkaba is basically breaking down. Is basically reflecting back to yourself that you already know that this is already in you, that actually it's your energies, right? It's your internal self. So what's that perception of, oh, I become something greater? Because guess what? That's the truth. You are something greater. It's true. And so remember, all truth but half truth. So on one level, the truth is, hey, I'm a lesser being. I'm a human being. I'm a material being in the world. Like a boulder can roll on me and crush me, or this or that or blah, blah, et cetera. This different things can happen, right? You can scrape your knee, so to speak. And it's like, okay. But really, guys, you have a greater existence. I mean, no one can tell you that enough. Like, people telling you that all the time. They're like, hey, we're all one. You're like, man, these people are crazy. Like, listen, like, when people say that, they're reflecting that to you. That's a reflection of you. That person is a reflection of you. Remember that. When you talk to people, remember that they're a reflection of you. That's the true sight of the 1,000-petal lotus. You realize you see a reflection in 1,000 directions. And so that all you are is in a kaleidoscope mirror. You're in like a mirror kaleidoscope, so to speak, right? And it's simple to its simplest form. It's like that, but it's grandiose beauty. It's complex, grandiose beauty. And that's the magic of it, guys. This showing you the magic of how something so simple can expand into grandiose beauty of your reality that you exist in. And guess what? It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. So that's what this whole conversation is actually about. It's about realizing that the magic is still here. What does that mean? What do I mean by that? I'm not talking about some spooky shit. What I'm talking about, right, is that the magic is still here, meaning these things, these magnificent feats that we call it, these things are still possible. This is still our reality. It still happens. This is still a part of the same energetic field. Just because you have a focus on material and you're just focused in, attention on the lower aspects, sacral and root chakra, just because we're on, our attention is being on that doesn't mean that that's the whole picture, right? It doesn't mean that that's the whole thing that's happening and that our attention can't, and in fact isn't already elsewhere. So really what we call attention is a reflection again, right? It's a micro reflection deep into itself, and then it equals attention, right? Because remember, just like you have a choice, right? Just like free will, your perception of choice, that's a micro reflection echoing into itself. And you think you have a choice, and it's not bad. It's supposed to be like that. It's not like, oh, you think you have a choice. I'm only saying that because I'm on the upward spin, but it doesn't matter because guess what? At the same time, we're always on the downward and the upward. So I just want people to understand, like, it's an embrace. It's never, we should never separate it, ever. Even when you look at these horrible beings that we mentioned on previous streams, right? We mentioned some bad people, killers and this and that, and harmers of children. We mention it. And even those bad things, right? Guess what it is, guys? And just like Misha said, guess what? It's a reflection of yourself. It's a boundary within yourself. Like you're seeing like, whoa, that's how deep it gets, right? That's how deep it gets. Like when you look at yourself and you see a person that's capable of that, you don't want to associate with that. You like, man, I don't want to associate with that. Think about that in your mind though, right? Imagine like your whole waking life is just really happening in your mind. And it's all the reflection of your own thoughts and your own being, right? Which is actually true. Remember, all truth but half truth. So that's actually true on a level, right? And so, you're like, oh, well, I have these interactions with people. What does it all mean? And you see what it means. It's evident. It becomes evident in the interaction itself. It's evident in the interaction itself. It's like, we look at our shadows, right? We look at the people, like you look at that person that you think is such a bad person, and guess what? Your fear of it. You like, man, that couldn't be my child. We have a fear. I'm just speaking from experience, right? You have a fear, like, man, that better not, like, I wish somebody would, right? And so we have that fear, but actually it's reflecting a part of ourself, man. And what it is like equivalent to saying, I don't want I want to cut that part of myself off within myself. It's like that deepest, darkest part of yourself. Like you don't want to face it. Like you like, man, I don't want nothing to do with that. You like, I don't want nothing to do with that. And that's that person in your reality, right? It's like that person is like a shadow thought. Like you like look at them like, man, that human right there, I don't know who that devil is. That's a devil. And we use the terms like devils, right? And angels and all of that, right? Angels, like the brother was breaking down angels, angles of light and all of that, right? That's all facts. That's, we building on sacred geometry, right? It's all angles. It's all angels, right? Defined by the angle. What's your trajectory? So you got to check your trajectory like we've been talking about, right? But don't worry. The fact that we're all, that you're even experiencing any of this or whatever is all a part of your upward trajectory. It's all a part of that same upward trajectory. So it's all just a reflection of each other. And so the key to the Merkaba is finding that deep reflection. And, this is already happening, right? This is the reality that is already happening. You already exist as your higher self. Remember that. So the perception of you becoming your higher self, that's an illusion too. See, that's the part of the Merkaba is like we talked about yesterday, like that's breaking the illusion. You breaking through the illusion. You already are that, you know what I'm saying? You already existed. So you're not actually becoming that because you already exist as that, right? Because remember, all space is no space. So all space is all movement is no movement, right? All motion is no motion, and so it's just like all space is no space. It's like when you put the all on it, now it's one. Then when it's one and it realizes it's one, now it's zero, and so it's that same thing, that same reflection. But the Merkaba is unlocked through the balance, the perfect balance, but it's deep. Is deep. It's the perfect balance, right? You finding that perfect balance within yourself, that perfect harmony. Imagine a perfect harmony. Like imagine if you had a greater self, right? Imagine you had a greater self and your greater self had a greater self, right? And imagine your greater self is all these beings, right? Like your immediate greater self is all these beings, right? That you interact with in this human reality. Are a part of your greater self, and you're actually a part of that greater self, and you're a reflection of that, right? And imagine that everybody is that, right? And imagine on a higher level, that's one being, right? And then boom, it's a lot of those, right? And so it's all a part of yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? And so, your greater self, you imagine your greater self and your greater self, you're already there. You're already there. There's no movement. So the balance of the Merkaba is knowing you're already there. As simple as that sounds, and that sounds much simpler than we may find as humans, with the limitation that we face, which is perception based, by the way. That may be easier said than done to us, but the Merkaba is just our energetic field. It's already there. You're already there at that point of where it's spinning, hyper spinning, and boom, you ready to teleport type of thing, right? You're already there. And so, what we realize is as we move into our understanding of free will and then we expand that free will into destiny because they're one and the same, we start to see the greater plan and the greater picture. And that, to me, that's what transfiguration is. It's the greater picture. It's revealing to you the big picture. You in on the real plan. This is beyond secret societies. This is beyond all of that, right? You don't hear nobody talking about this. Like nobody's transfiguring. You're not looking at your homie like they are transfiguring, but guess what, guys? They're transfiguring in a different way. Because what is transfiguration but an embrace of death? In a way, right? In a sense. But what is transfiguration to death? Transfiguration is just a positive death, right? So what you see is the negative death, which is most of us, right? We experience a negative death where people are sad and they have these funerals and they go into a negative state of, inward, and they experience it as a offward putting horizontal motion within a negative state that results in sadness, right? Because remember, negative state isn't bad. A negative state is not bad. Again, that's relating to the feminine, so it's not bad. So it's remember, there's also another dimension of spin, which is sideways, which is the horizontal spin of the Taurus, which that's where your bad and good is coming in at too, So it's just a perception, in other words. So, you're down in, the funerals of the emotions and the bad funeral and this kind of idea and this concept and all that is a so-called bad death, right? And I'm just calling it that for sake of continuing the thought. So really, the transfiguration is what you call a good death, right? That's the good death. But see, a good death, and again, I'm just calling it that, right? This is not universal. It doesn't mean when you die regular, that's the bad death. That's the problem of language and human terms, right? I just want to show the dichotomy and the difference between them, but I don't want to make it seem like one is bad or good. So I'm gonna, I kind of do though. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of do. I kind of want to favor the upward spiral because that's my personal spiral, right? So I'm favoring the upper spiral of things, and we're talking about the good death, right, which is transfiguration. And so, like I explained, that's my personal preference, and I'm favoring that because that's my spiral, right? That's the one I'm relatively familiar with in this moment. So we're going upward, right? We're spiraling up. And so overall, because remember, all the spirals are multi-spirals that make up the spiral. All motion is motion, right? It's within motion. All motion is within motion. So just like the child within the mother's womb, the child's moving around in this liquid and this fluid. That's all motion, right? All this different motion. Then all this complex motion start to happen. The child start developing and shit, start turning into this and that. Then it start getting nutrients and this and that, and it's growing and it's becoming this and it's becoming an idea. It's literally happening right in front of our eyes, guys. So what Greg Braden said and what the video with the tumor said is literally a fact. Why is that a fact? Because you live it yourself in your own life. You're born into this life from nothing. You come and you develop in the cell, and you turn into a complex organism. It happens right in front of you in your own existence. And you have the nerve to deny that this very same thing does not, exists or not, right? That's like questioning your own existence. But guess what? No matter which way you go, you're always right. Exactly. So that's what we're talking about when I call it truth. The truth is the greater picture of doesn't matter which way you go. You're always right. Because even when you're going downward and inward, even if you go on a chaotic path or whatever the case may be, however it looks, or if it's outward and chaotic or inward and chaotic, however it looks, guess what? You're going on a path of all. You're a part of that grand motion, that grand movement and cycle. And what people worry about, right? The most thing they worry about, and this will hold you back on your Merkaba pursuits. You got to release the worry. What they worry about is that they say, what about when I die, right? Will my consciousness continue? They think, right? They say, will my consciousness continue, right? And so we just look in nature. We look in nature. What does nature show us? Nature shows us that when you die in this life, your consciousness continues in what? A different form. So imagine that the physical is a consciousness, right? And it dies, the skull, the organs, whatever, right? They lay you in a coffin, or they just throw you in a mass grave or whatever, right? Or not a mass grave, or just your own personal grave where you just in the ground, right? Whatever, right? The worms, they eat away at you, however it goes, even in the casket, right? Eventually, right? You're going to get eaten away. You're going to fade away, right? So what is that saying, right? Even the gases that make up you, the breath of life, all the energy, and all these different things, right? All these different parts. What is it telling you? Does that mean that the body associated with that energy, where that lower chakra died off in the perception of energy, does that mean that the rest are gone? Does it? Well, think about that, right? This is a deep thing. This is very deep. So let's think about that. What is electricity, right? If we look at electricity, when electricity is coming into existence, let me see if I can pull it up. When it's coming, I need the actual motion of it. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, see, that's pretty good. So when electricity is coming into existence, see how that it's movement, right? It's movement. It's chick, 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 chick. It's super quick, different fragments of light. Let's look at this one. This is the storm. Like if a storm lit up the sky real quick, this wouldn't be continuous. This would just happen real quick and boom, it just lit up real fast, and that's electricity, And so we're not going to get into the inner workings of the earth. This is not what this is about. We can definitely dive into the beauty of that. That's so beautiful, which is how electricity is created and manifested with those combinations of energies when we're dealing with the hotter air temperatures and things like that, and the condensation. And so it's a beautiful thing. And so, yeah, like I said, we can get into that, but that's not what this is about. But when we look at the flash of lightning, the energy, the electricity, it's continuous. It's going. It's continuous. You got to have your energy plugged in. Like you got to have your device or whatever you may be dealing with. You have to have that plugged in at some point. It has to plug into the energy source that's greater than it. And that's just a microcosm of our greater world, guys. When we look at these little things. So what this should inspire, what transfiguration and the idea of transfiguration for you, what it should inspire. And I'm going to move on to the next topic because I'm over here, again, going deep on this one. But what it should inspire for you is your own innovation, right? Remember, you're a part of this thing. So the key is for you to realize your importance and know that every little thing you do matters. Yes, it does. And so this is a grand, beautiful equation. One little change over here can be a grand change in the big equation. Realize that. I hope you know that. So don't ever think that your action is too small or that you can't do enough, right? Every little thing, even a thought counts, right? Because remember, this is all you. It's you. It's your life. It's you. It's your existence. Remember that. And so when we all take ownership, that's when the oneness begins. That's when the oneness begins. So remember, we're on that path of oneness. And so transfiguration is just a microcosm of a greater level. So the earth is becoming one, right? The earth is due to become one. And so what happens with the earth Merkaba spins, and does its thing. And then the earth becomes aware of its greater self as a part of this other higher reality, right? This other reality that the earth is within. And the earth is the shadow of that. And when the earth becomes one, the earth becomes aware of itself in this other greater reality, right? And so it's a beautiful thing. And so that's what's happening right now. The earth itself is becoming one, not just you. So don't worry, you don't have to do the Merkaba, because guess what, guys? The Merkaba or the transfiguration, that's the other end. That's the other end. That means like when you're coming up the chakras, right? That's the other end of the equation. So you're already in process of that. Remember, everything is always in motion. You're always in motion towards that. Remember, to go towards something, you must be coming away from something. So you're always in motion. Don't ever think that you're stagnant, or that no matter how your life feels, you think that your life is not in motion. It is. It's always in motion. You can't stop the motion even if you wanted to, right? Even death does not stop the motion, right? Because remember, this is what I'm trying to help you understand about death, is that you have a greater identity, so you never die. So like everybody, you look at yourself as the human, like every other person. That's what you got to remember. Your essence is the same. We're the same. We're all the reflection of each other. So again, when one person dies, that doesn't mean everybody died. But in one sense, from an alternate inverse perspective, we could say that's half true. And we could say, well, actually, from an inverse perspective, we can vision that does mean everybody died in a sense, because you have left the reality that they're in. So to you, your consciousness goes a different direction, and so to speak, right? It's just, that's how I'm saying it. I'm just saying it in the confines of this language. And so your consciousness goes a different direction, so to speak. And, you perceive that the rest of the people died to you because you're alive on a different way. Now you're alive on a different way. You either went back to zero. When you went to death, you went to zero. So now you have a different identity that you're discovering again to become another one, and then boom, another identity, right? And then back to zero. And so that's now you're alive in a different way, and they have died to you. The people that's still alive over here on this side of the equation, so to speak. Okay, so as we continue with the Merkaba, hope you understand that the Merkaba is a perfect balance deep within yourself. The Merkaba is the rotational field of yourself of light, crystallization of light. You're this amazing multidimensional being that coalesces in this infinite harmony that is reflected, right? And so it's overwhelmingly amazing, right? It's like I can't describe it. Like I don't have the words for it. There are no words for it. So I just try to do my best to flower it up and put as much, flow to it as I can. But man, there's no real description for this, And so when we observe the beauty of our own self, this is the level that we get to, guys. So when people tell you appreciate your own self, appreciate your own beauty and all that, you didn't even know how beautiful you were, did you? This is truly how beautiful you are. We talking about you. You get very beautiful. I mean, I'm talking about you got all these colors, man. You got fucking energy. Excuse my language. You got energy systems all around you. I'm just going through the different motions, and so it's a beautiful thing, man. You are a multi-level, beautiful creation or existence. You can say creation. That's just one way to say something else, right? So remember that. And so the true part is the middle part, the balance of them. Because when we say creation, that's true. But then, is it? Because it's really a reflection. So is it really a creation per se? Again, it's a perspective change. It's a reflection, because it's also a creation. Yeah, that's true. Everything's true about it. Everything's true. Like even the lie is true. That's what you got to realize. And so people struggle with that. They're like, man, I don't get that part. How can even the lie be true? Because the lie is the shadow. We talked about that. We built on that extensively. And so not to revisit, the topics that we already built on and everything. All of that is relative to the Merkaba. Just think that, just remember that, all the topics we built on, that's all. Remember, this is where we're leading to. So at this point, we've been leading to this point. So that means that the stuff that we covered so far is all relative to this point that we're at now, which is the Merkaba. Now, the Merkaba is already there. Like I said, you already have that. That's already going. It's all about that perception of harmony. Remember, it's all perception based, because remember, all motion is no motion, right? So guess what? All the motion is already there. It's your perception that determines the time part of it, where you exist in time, or so to speak, right? So I'm not going to harp too long on that. But like we were talking about the chakras, the different chakras. Let me see. That's on Amazon. I'm not interested right now, at least, but maybe later. Let me see. Yeah, so we're just looking at for chakras, like, So we got the chakra points. Once again, dealing with this energy part of our beautiful self. And it's deeper than this, but we just stick with these chakras. We stick to these. This keeps it simple for us, right? This is our visible light spectrum, which is directly showing you how you are a part of the reality. Like we look at the reality, it's all based on the visible light spectrum. Then we look at our chakras, all based on the visible light spectrum. Is amazing, right? The rainbow is reflecting this idea to us. The cosmos, extraordinary. When we look at those blinking stars, we see that they're multicolored. They're flashing through the different colors when we look at some of those stars. And so it's very beautiful. It's a very beautiful thing. We get, another Amazon print, but, we get these very gorgeous depictions of your energy body. So as we lift up, we travel, guys. Don't you want to travel? Don't you want to travel? Right? Remember, you are already traveling. So it's up to you to embrace that. Now, if you don't want to embrace it, there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing wrong with that because guess what? You're right. We're not traveling because we've done it all. We've done it all already, actually. You're right. You're correct. So if you don't want to travel, you're also right because we have done it all. But then if you do want to travel, it's this grandiose experience, right, within itself. So either way, it's this experience within itself. Now, we see how hard life can be. We see how real it gets. So don't take that lightly. Don't take it lightly. It gets real tough. So let's not pretend like it doesn't get real within ourselves. Oh, it gets real. It gets very real. So is this, when I say that, we're talking perception changes. So when we get into lower perceptions and stuff, it gets real. Yes, sir. It gets very real. Yes, ma'am. It gets very real. Very, very real. So that's the part we got to be aware of. But that doesn't mean it's bad. That doesn't mean it's bad. And that's the key to bringing back to balance. Because when you know that, now you're at the balance part. What are we doing? Like the brother said, accepting. When we accept, we know it. It's already done. We don't got to do, it's nothing we have to do either way. It's done. So you just achieving that balance when we come back to knowing. And we just accepted what it is. So we know that this is a part of reality. But see, perception-wise, right, what are we talking about? Well, from a transfiguration standpoint, you realize, right, that from here, that all of these are a part of reality. So what does that mean? So what that means is that it manifests in a different way to you. So what one person might experience is their reality as, a murder or bloody murder or something. That's a manifestation of, like, let's just say lower chakra or whatever, blah, 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 right? On some lower energy type thing, right? So if we're on our so-called higher energy, which is, again, is just a step away from the lower energy, big step, it's the same thing. Ultimately, that's the deep part of it. But when we go into that macrocosm version of the higher, it's all a perception change. So now something lower to you is not as brutal, but directly. But what I mean is, the brutality still exists within yourself because, of course, that same person that's traveling lower is also a part of you. So, like, it's the same thing, but you get this other view of it where, it's expanded awareness. And that's why I said it's your greater self. That's what transfiguration is about. It's tapping into a greater self. And what you do at all times, we're reflecting an aspect of ourself, the higher self. So when we talk about our higher self, like I broke that, like, the higher self is not directly, it can manifest. See, that's the half true about it because, yeah, it's true. The higher self manifests as an individual self, helper or some shit like that, right? But the truth of it is, the stuff of it is that it actually is a greater awareness. The higher self is a greater awareness. It's a greater awareness, which includes multiple of the lower selves. Like it includes a culmination of the lower selves. And so the beautiful part is that we get to continue to meet parts of ourselves and like understand deeper aspects of ourselves in this eternal harmonic game of reflection. And so that's what we're dealing with the Merkaba. This is not some magical, like, you're just magically going to just balance and find the ultimate harmony. Nope. There's no free pass on this one. You got to actually put the work in. So the work is bringing that balance in the heart area, bringing that heart balance. That's the work of the Merkaba. You bring in the balance of the heart and you truly cultivating that energy of the heart. That's the Merkaba, because remember, the heart is both sides of the equation. So you are getting the rest while you're getting the heart. You're getting all of the whole thing. You're getting the whole thing. And you have your heart is a perception of your heart going up and your heart going down. You know, so either way, your heart going up is serving the higher self. Your heart going down is serving the lower self, so to speak, right? So to speak. Up, serving the higher self. Up meaning the rotation, but it's still rotating, still coming back down to the bottom. Remember that. Even up is coming back down to the bottom and rotating and keeping going. And down, the opposite direction, going towards that direction, having that perception of down or fallen. And so remember, these are cycles within ourselves, cycles within cycles. So we can never discount or neglect any cycle, because they all are related to each other, and they're all within ourselves, and they're all valid. They're all valid. And that's, for some people, is bad news, because they want to judge themselves by judging other people. When they judge the other people, they realize that they're judging themselves in a certain way. And so, it's hard, man, but it's easy at the same time, guys. Remember, these are all perspective changes. So this is very deep science to get that Merkaba going. But once we do that, imagine we have those levels of Merkabas and things like that, and we start seeing a bigger picture of our realization of our greater self. Our greater self wakes up and then sees a realization of itself, starts doing that. The beautiful part of reality, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. So I'll go into now just reminding you, a little bit about the electromagnetic torus, just remembering how this thing is working. When we're making the motion and our reality is making the motion, we're part of that greater reality. We're directly a microcosm of the macrocosm, that cosmos. And, they talk about Earth being oblate spheroid and all that, that they tried to just basically tell you the torus field. The torus field is oblate spheroid. Earth is the bottom part of the torus field. It's the material realm. That's the bottom part of the realm. The realm has its own torus field and its own chakra system. How about that, guys? How about a round of applause for the beauty of the Most High? Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Thank you, God. So-called God. They say God, I say God. But really, what I mean is the Most High. Energy source, that bigger picture, that central zero, that vortex, that love vortex. See, we can't say that's a him. We can't never say that. So, we really can't say it's a her. We can't say really anything. It's both and neither. It's neither. It's both at the same time. Gorgeous stuff right here as we see the double torus field with the horizontal rotation. As we see the vertical rotation as well, creating the suction of energy. Between the two torus fields, we see a motion of horizontal motion. So as we go down and we look at the science here, we can see at the bottom the exertion of energy from the bottom. And this is a greater torus. This is like a chakras. Imagine these stacked all the way down. This would be the chakras. With it really is no space. Really, what's the crazy part about all of this is too, and I don't want to make this too complex, but by making it simple, by making it super simple, I'm about to make it super complex. The crazy part of it is that actually none of this is space. All of this is on top of each other. All the chakras are on top of each other. They're not spread out in a space. All the matter and everything is all within itself. It's all on top of each other. It's all simultaneous. The motions are simultaneous. It's insane, right? So I told you I was going to make it complex by making it simple. So that's the simplicity of it. It's all the same. It's all on top of each other. It's all simultaneous at the same time. All the time, all the probabilities, all the space. It's all space itself is just a perception. So you perceive you're at this space from this distance, from that distance, from that part, from that part. That's getting into the Merkaba and teleportation. All right. So I just wanted to tell people about teleportation, which is existing in multiple locations at once, right? So what we're going to do is just take a quick look at this video, which is one of my favorites. It just gives you a very, very brief, quick overview of an ancient science that's a part of our human consciousness because it's a part of humanity. It's all a part of ourself, right? This is just another reflection of our different part of ourself. Here's another reflection of ourself, just demonstrating the aspect of ourself that is reflected from the perfect harmony of the Merkaba. Because remember, the Merkaba, you could technically say the Merkaba is any functioning aspect of your dualistic light body. You know what I'm saying? Any functioning of the balance between the higher and lower aspects of your dualistic light body, right? You could say that that's what the Merkaba is. It doesn't have to be the perfect Merkaba of like what I'm about to show you now, which is the rainbow body. It doesn't have to be the rainbow body. It just, your Merkaba is already there anyway on all the levels. So it's all about your perception of what level, right? So let's get into this part. This is incredible. Extraordinary. So welcome to the introduction of the rainbow body. If you've never seen that before, if you have, then of course you have, right? Because it's you and we're all on the same journey. So that would explain why you would be here in the first place if you've seen that before. That's a very nice frequency that I personally acknowledge. And man, what a great expression of ourself. That's all. Just a great expression of ourself. And so we all have this ability, right, to become the rainbow body. And that's all inherent within us because, remember, we're all a reflection of the whole. And when we said this in this whole build and this whole, series, I've been saying this and telling people this. This has not been a fluke. I'm not making this up. This is real. This is reality. You can check this. You can reflect this against yourself a zillion times, right? You can reflect this, put it under scrutiny, do what you got to do to it, right? This whole series has been building on everything, right? And so the rainbow body is just the higher expression of your completion of the cycle, okay? So it's the same thing as death, guys. Nothing spectacular, right? But everything spectacular, right? It's everything spectacular. So it just depends on how you look at it. So it's nothing spectacular if you just know that, hey, a transition is a transition. Hey, that doesn't impress me. A transition is a transition. I'm at the loving point where it doesn't matter how I transition, right? So to speak, right? Well, guess what? You're going to want to see this. And when I say that, I'm talking about the rainbow body. I mean, that's how you want to go out, man. I mean, people want to go out with their coffins and, this kind of thing with their jewelry in their coffin and this and that. All the creative ways that we can kind of go out that way, but we're still kind of going into that material way. That's all cool, man. The material way is all cool. And you're right. It doesn't matter. That's true. It does not matter. But at the same time, there is a part of ourselves that experiences a higher expression of that. And so that is available to us as well. And so the rainbow body is what happens when the Merkaba finds perfect harmony. And so that's what the Merkaba is about. It's about achieving the rainbow body. And and when I say achieving, I'm just speaking of a direction, right? You're moving in a direction. It's not an achievement in the sense of like an accolade. I mean, you could say that it's an ego thing, but that doesn't matter. What that is, that's just about unlocking who you are and seeing the true reflection. Again, it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. Seeing that true reflection. Seeing that true reflection of yourself. That's what we got to keep saying, man. And so that's what I wanted to let you know, man. I want you to, we got to keep saying that because we have to sink it into our subconscious, because as we were born into material and we were embraced in a material existence, it has been necessary for us to kind of move the other way and see a programming that is more material oriented and things of that nature. But see, now we are taking, advantage of our upward motion, and we're placing the perception on that and realizing that, we're becoming something greater. We're becoming something greater because we must. And this is just what it's about. This is just what the timeline is about. This is what life is about, right? We're expanding. And of course, that's just the process, and that's just a part of the cycle. So I'm not saying that just because we're expanding, that's it. We got to become zero again. So as we become one, we become zero again. So yeah, of course, we're going to become zero again, but it's going to be good. It's going to be in a good way, right? We want it to be, the perception of it at least, right? Good. Because remember, good and bad are just these micro reflection perceptions within ourselves, deep within ourselves, that we create these opinionated, highly subjective viewpoints called good and bad, which are relative only to us, right? And so that's what we're dealing with, guys. So that's the balance of the Merkaba. That's the rainbow body, the introduction to the rainbow body. When we look at art like this is what they're talking about. They're talking about the rainbow body. This is you. This is what you're capable of, right? You're capable of the rainbow body, right? People will think, oh, I'm not capable of this. I can't become this magical looking thing or experience this divine type of transcendence. I can't be super rainbow body person. Yes, you can. You are that. That's what you got to realize, guys. When we say you're everything and you're everybody, that doesn't exclude one person. It doesn't exclude the rainbow body person. That's you too. They're a reflection of you too. That's another part of your consciousness. So we're looking at the rainbow body and understanding that, man, it's glorious, right? When you look at these are very high vibrational images. When we look at this, I can literally feel my vibration just go up. It's like, it's just what it is. It represents that. It's a crown chakra kind of situation. And so, yeah, that's all perception. It's all perception. And so we offer that, ourselves. We offer ourselves perception and a deeper look at things that will allow us to experience a more heavenly state of ourselves, to realize that this is not a matter of being, learning the hard lessons of thinking that it's all about us and it's all about the torture of us and like us suffering and this and that about us. It's deeper than that. When you really see the design of the divine, the divine scale, we see this. And so it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. It's unbelievable. And this is real life, guys. This is real life. So we're going to take just a little bit of a closer look here. What is the rainbow body? A fully enlightened person, a Jiva Mukti, who also liberates the body into light, guys. Here we see some pictures. People think this is a game. Now, there are 3 levels of the rainbow body, right? A rainbow body, B, rainbow body of light, and C, enlightenment, moksha. Rainbow body of great transference is what that's called, right? The moksha. I'm going to take the time and go through this. I really want to do this with the family, so I don't have a time limit. This is a great time for me to do this. It's perfect timing, so I'm going to take my time with this, guys. So we're going to ease into this. I said this wasn't going to be a long stream, but I'm going to take my time with it though. We're not going to rush it. So let's go into it here. A, The most common level is the normal rainbow body that occurs only after body death, right? Every 5 years or so, a Buddhist from Tibet enters into this state. There are no physical signs indicating the start of the process before death, except if you are able to detect it, the deep and absolute emptiness of ego in such a person, and once physical death occurs, it takes an average of 7 days for the body to shrink and dissolve into light, and more of the time, a small childlike size body remains behind, and more advanced yogis only hair and nails. The process of dissolving into light is actually visible around the saint, normally an orange glow, and this process, as can be seen in the image below from Lana Achuk Rinpoche. So here we see a real image. These, I looked the source up on this image. This is said to be a actual image, right? And they're saying that this actual flower down here is not there in our realm. This was captured through the camera, right? This was not there in our realm. This flower, supposedly. This is what they say, the people, where this image comes from. This image is not, this flower, this lotus at the bottom here of the image is not showing in our realm. When you're looking at this happening from us, from our point of view, from this realm, you wouldn't see this lotus. Unless you had a different way to capture a different angle of light, right? And so that's, again, relating to perception. So this is the rainbow body. This is a part of it. This is a kind of different type of rainbow body, right? So we're talking about a rainbow body that happens immediately after death. So the energy of the flow of the rainbow body is already processing. It's just that the death, the practitioner or the being which is a reflection of yourself, that's doing that at the time, they left and they went, right? They went away before the actual transformation was physically experienced in this realm. So that's a time thing. That's a perception thing. That's, very deep, right? So we talk about these things. We talk about the different transferences, people leaving these types of things behind. Chokgyur Lingpa, rainbow body, and his handprints, only a small body of around 5 centimeters remained, image on the left. You got to tap into this if you want to really explore this. There are certain communities that are a part of us that keep that part of us going, and these are some of those communities. So when you talk about why, you say, oh, well, why do these communities? That's your ego again. You're not seeing them as yourself on a bigger level. So I felt somebody feeling that, so I know someone feels that. So guys, this is just people that are reflecting you. These reflect you. This is your part of you. Remember, you got to always see everybody as a part of yourself, and you're a part of them. That's the truth of it. So they're charged to do this. This is their life. They must do this for us. This is why they're doing it. They're doing it as a part of the expression of us. Some of us must do this. And so we have a community of ourselves that does this. We have to keep this going within ourselves, And so this is the process. But now this process is opening up because of the nature of the expansion that we're dealing with in humanity, right? So the more advanced level is called the rainbow body. But due to purposes, let's call it the rainbow body of light, as in this level, all the signs are showing up while the yogi is still alive, right? The process of dissolving into light might go really fast, but in most cases, it takes months to years to complete, all while remaining fully functional. It is also possible that the yogi who is in the middle of this process slows it down or is unable to continue the process and dies before the completion of the rainbow body. This has been the case with most of the famous siddhars. If the process is continued, the body will start to shrink and shine real light over time until it reaches the size of a baby, and then a flash of light, bright rainbow light, will disappear into emptiness forever. I like how they said that, disappear into emptiness forever. That was so poetic at the end. So poetic. That's funny. That's their perception, but okay. So this is just laying it out for you guys. We just laying it out because these are reflections of us. This is you. You're saying, oh, this is a Vedic community, this and that. Why are they the ones that's doing this? This is not me. Yes, it's you. This is a part of you. This is humanity, right? So you're having this part of you as the ones practicing this, keeping this going. Remember, we got to keep this going within ourselves. So this is the communities that have been tasked with that part at this time, at that time, right? So we have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Excuse me. Okay. Excuse my mispronunciations and things like that. The most advanced and extremely rare level is the attainment of the enlightenment, or the rainbow body of great transference, Jalas Pawachenpo. In this level, the yogi not only dissolves the body completely into light, but remains functional and visible as light, right? In translations of the Rig Veda and several Upanishads from Sanskrit into European languages, Max Muller came up with the English word enlightenment to render both Sanskrit moksha and bodhi. Moksha, in its most basic definition, is the freedom from rebirths. Now I like the word enlightenment in the context of the rainbow body, as it is literally means liberated from rebirth by dissolving into light. Now this goes deeper than nirvana, which is also defined as being liberated from birth, but says nothing about the current body. Okay. So they said it there. That's how deep it is, guys. This is deep stuff. So again, this is beautiful stuff. I'll post this in the chat. Beautiful stuff here. Beautiful things here as we continue. So again, the rainbow body, as we can see, very gorgeous things. Have you ever looked at this artwork? That's the beauty of art. It's our imagination. If you ever look at art and just makes you imagine and just wonder, man, I wonder these types of worlds. I wonder that. Think of gaming. Gaming is art. That's art forms. We're creating like little simulations of the world through art. Just like we do with paintings and stuff. We create simulations of the world through art. And that's what we do. Art does what? Imitate reality, right? That's what simulations do, right? Imitate reality. And so that's what it is. And so that's what we're doing. And I like when the sister said that this is like a simulation. Yeah, it's sort of like that. Yeah, that's true. That's the half truth of it. It's sort of like that. It's like a simulation. It's like, because it's imitating a greater reality. And that's how it goes within itself. It's all imitating itself. It's that same mirror, but it's so glorious is what we're talking about. This is so beautiful, right? This is the beauty of it. We start to see true beauty and what true beauty looks like. All right. So we'll get into it a little bit more here. Just a couple more readings and stuff from this article. I really like this one. I like this article. I'm not going to read all of this. We'll just skip through it. For clarification, these three states have nothing to do with the spontaneous human combustion, and some have made the mistake of believing some saints to have attained the rainbow body state, while in fact it was spontaneous human combustion, such as Sambardar, Apar, and Sundarar. But look, man, this is incredible, right? Like spontaneous human combustion is another thing, guys. Lights yourself on fire by your own internal energy. You basically dissolve your physical self. It's insane. It's incredible. It's amazing, right? That's another part of it, and that's like more of that destructive, aspect of it on that higher level. That destructive reflection on a higher level. Boom. And so let's get a little deeper into the history and background of the phenomena called the rainbow body. We talked about the 21 grams. Okay. They talked about the 3/4 of an ounce by Dr. Donald Ohm McDougall, who was a 20th century physician in Haverhill, Massachusetts, who sought to measure the mass lost by a human when the soul departed the body at death. He attempted to measure the mass change of 6 patients at the moment of death. His first subject, the results from which McDougall felt were most accurate, lost 3/4 of an ounce, which has since been popularized as 21 grams. The rainbow body goes beyond its value. All right. Is the body really dead? Peter Noble from the University of Washington has done some very interesting research in 2016 in the field of postmortem life, where he found that certain genes, specifically 500 of them, are even more active and alive after body death than before. peaking 4 days after body death. So it seems that the brain and body are still alive even though we consider it the end. Another very interesting find was that certain embryonic genes that develop the brain and eyes were once again activated after body death. It is found that the last cells to die are stem cells. They take up to 17 days after the body death to occur. This all is very interesting research when you continue reading about the phenomenon called the rainbow body, as we are doing, guys. We're doing this together. This is gorgeous. So, the ultimate great accomplishments in meditation is the attainment of the rainbow body, as we mentioned. This is widely recognized as a sign of extreme sanctity in Tibetan Buddhism and among the Bonpo. Reports of this level of transmutation are rare, but still they occur and have been chronicled far into antiquity. The rainbow body, however, is not limited to Buddhism only, as you will see in the pictures below, but to understand the process, we will turn to well-documented and delineated practice of Dzogchen in Tibet, and reflect this practice to the stories of Valalar from South India who went through the same process, right? Okay, it's some technical stuff. I want to shout out the author of this, Sunyata Sabarasma Madi Saruba Samadhi. I was looking for like an author name on here, but yeah, satsangdarshan.com. Sunyata. So we're going into this. We're not, like I said, we're not going to read every little thing. Again, this is for your reference. I did post this, so you'll be able to actually read that yourself at your own reading. And just take your time with that. Again, this is all a reflection of you. All your reflection again. That's the beauty of it. So let's continue. Let's see. Okay, here's a good one. What happens if Togo reaches fruition? The master disappears into a body of light, becoming the wisdom body, Yeshi. The term is called Jailus, or rainbow body in Tibet, right? This level of attainment is also central aim of Indian Buddhist tantricism, known as Vajrayana, that the Taoists call the golden body. Another term frequently used as the Saruba Samadhi or Dharham, as Valalar used to call it. It is a golden body, a state of God realization in which divinity descends and transforms the spiritual, intellectual, mental, vital, and physical bodies. It is considered physical immortality or the highest perfection, but I would argue the physical immortality is only written by those who do not recognize there is no you in the first place. Exactly. So who has physical immortality? Also, the world physical does not make sense as the physical dissolves. See? So it's telling you that inverted nature of the actual being. So it's telling you, showing you how physical is both sides of that force we talked about, that we built on. It's that physical dissolves. So it's dying as it's existing, right? It's here and it's going at the same time. It's coming and going at the same time. And we experience that as the present. And so that's the light of it, right? So we're dealing with a different frequency of light, actually literally turning your cells, guys. That's what this build is on. I know this sounds insane to really just be saying these kind of builds, just having this kind of build, but I understand that it's not for everybody, and that's okay, So this is for who it's for. And so, that is what we're dealing with, right? We're talking about turning those cells, those torus fields, to that frequency and letting it emanate that energy body. I mean, just thinking about it, guys, it raises your vibration. I promise you. Just thinking about it raises your vibration. Think about yourself raising to that rainbow body of highest frequencies of it's like that God nature, that God realization. But again, guys, we got to remember, It's things you gotta let go though. See, this is not a control thing, right? This is not a control thing. So look, here we go. We get into that. Brahma Ganti, completely stress-free, sexual energy in the universe are one and the same. No more blockages found with Tantra. Sexual desire is gone because there is no more triggers. The energy does not touch the layers causing horniness at these layers are completely dissolved. Erection still possible but not triggered, and no interest afterward like eating is still possible even though you are not hungry. So basically there is no more sexual energy as everything is fully open. So this is going to scare a lot of people. It's going to scare a lot of people. They don't really know what that means. You heard what it said though, right? Erection still possible. The movement is still happening, guys. The movement is still happening, so don't be afraid, okay? Vishnu Granthi, completely stress-free. That was Brahma Granthi. Vishnu Granthi, completely stress-free, no more breathing needed. And as an immediate effect, and also no food consumption needed anymore. Man, you guys don't understand what we're dealing with here. You see, to the average person, you would see something like this and think, man, this is out of control. This is like insane. You're insane. They'll be like, man, this is insane. Like this is, but to the real person, the real practitioner who's on that path, this is reality, guys. This is you. This is reflecting you for a reason. Okay? It's deeper than just reflecting you. It's doing it for a reason. That's the deep part of it. Remember? The deep part is the meaning part. It gives it meaning. So that's the beauty of both sides of the equation. That's why we can't say one direction is bad or one direction is good. Even though I'm saying, hey, let's go on this upward overall travel right now, but that doesn't mean that downward is bad. That's not what we're saying. So we're going into levels of spookism that's going to really deal with people's emotions and interferes. You know, when we talk about no more breathing needed, no more food consumption needed, you know, that's scary. That's very scary for you. I understand. Don't worry. Don't you worry. You will understand as you continue to become this version of yourself. Ruja Granthi, completely stress-free, no more thoughts or dreams, absolute ego death. Ooh. Bro, this is not what you want. You know, you like, man, this is insane. You like, man, what? You're killing every part of yourself. This is insane. Ego death, food death, the physical part, you know, sexual energy. Oh my goodness. What is happening? This is insane. I know this is very shocking. And again, behold, this is transfiguration, guys. Transfiguration is you becoming the light body. And the Merkaba is just a signification of that. It's showing you that that's happening. The Merkaba, you know, when we talk about attaining the Merkaba, and this is all physical talk, right? This is all physical speech as we learn through this whole series of builds. That's physical talk. You just want to, you know, put it in a quantification. You want to quantify it, you know? You want to quantify it. But really, it's not about quantifying it, you know? It's about, you know, just accepting it. We go back to acceptance. Because when you accept it, yeah, now it's quantified and it's allowed to be free. You know, it's allowed to be the greater aspect of itself and it's quantified. This part of it that's beyond explaining, and then it's also the part that's explaining, that's able to be explained, you know? And so that's the acceptance part, is just you allowing that to, you know, be what it is, you know, and that allows it to, and that's why I say it is the ultimate zero or vortex. That's really where it is, because that's where it starts at. If you want to keep tracing it back and back and back and tracing the reflection, your real reflection is that vortex. That's the real reflection, because that's before, like we were building on before, like that's before the moment of the other, like the invert, or what we call the cosmic reflection, which is the one part, right? When we go from 0 to 1, that one part, that's the cosmic reflection. So before that cosmic reflection is the 0. That's right. Is the 0, is the vortex. So as we notice with the aspects of becoming the rainbow body, again, guys, this is advanced teachings right now. not going to be soaked in by most people. That's totally understandable. That doesn't mean a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes we're not ready for certain things at certain times, you know, certain frequencies. That's totally beautiful. That's fine. So continue to grow. But when we look at these, right, we look at all of these different parts of attaining the rainbow body. What does that mean? Well, you're going back to zero in a very major way, right? Because there's no more sexual energy in a sense, we just explained that there's no more breathing needed, no more food consumption needed, absolute ego death, no more thoughts or dreams. Holy smokes. So now we're really that greater part. And this is a great, a teaching. I'm not going to go through this. This is a very long teaching, as we see here. This is like 27 minutes. You can actually go find this yourself. I put the link to the blog where this is at. You can find this on the blog and everything. So you see how we build off each other, how this blog is using information to kind of create their, reflection of this greater idea. And guess what? I'm using their blog to create this perception, right? To create this same idea that we're building on, that we've been building on. So it's all a reflection of each other, right? He's explaining what is possible in meditation in the state of rainbow body. So I'm going to leave that goodie for you to discover. That's a beautiful thing. we're not going to make this about the beautiful part like on that way. We're just showing you, just reflecting what you can do. This is what you can become. In other words, we're not going to make it about the higher ego, the attention of the higher ego per se, because, it doesn't have to be about that. It doesn't have to be about that, but it's you. It's beautiful, right? It's a beautiful thing. So what powers and all that kind of thing you can have and what this does, that's going to tempt you to pursue it for the wrong reasons, which will allow you to never attain it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we can't really talk about the powers or we can, but again, it just offers more of that balance to you, that opportunity for balance. That's what we're going to call it. So it just offers you a more of an opportunity to balance when I introduce, the powers that you'll have when you attain the rainbow body, right? Because remember, all space is no space. All action is no action, right? All motion is no motion. That's what's happening right now. All the motion. So you already exist where you already attained this rainbow body. You know why? Because guess what? The higher version of you, which is the collection of us all, which is oneness, that version already exists. So it's just a perception of you moving towards it. I can't stress that enough. And so that determines this whole entire thing when we talk about that vortex. That's the perception part. That's how the perception is born. That vortex. So often masters that attain the rainbow body will return one last time out of compassion for their beloved disciples and give what are known as posthumous teachings delivered in the form of a last testament. Often the master is the transfigured state, on occasion suspended in the sky. Jesus Christ. A great book coming out in 2020 about the rainbow body, pointing out thegreatway.org, guys. There's a great book for you. Let's open it up. Let's take a look. I haven't looked at this. Let's take a look at this. Enlightenment, Attention, the Good Spiritual Life, and Rainbow Body. Interesting. Very interesting. Talking about the rainbow body projects. These are monasteries. So this is something that I may be tapping into myself. Very beautiful. And so let me move that over here let me just move that over here. All right, so beautiful. Let's continue. At age of 84, Lama Chuk entered into parinirvana and achieved the rainbow body, a great inspiration to his disciples to persevere in their practice of the great perfection teachings. 29 August 2011, the cremation ceremony of Lama Chuk commenced. The body of Lama Chuk shrunk from a height of 1.8 meters, shrunk to about 3 centimeters tall. a sign of achieving the rainbow body. And again, this is more stuff you can take a look at on your own. More deep. All it is when we look at stuff like this is just a deeper examination. That's all. It's giving us more. But again, that's not bad. That's not bad to look at more, making it more complex. You know, it's really simple, but we're making it more complex by taking the closer look at it. You see how that works? So the vortex, the attention, the point of consciousness, the vortex is what makes it, you know, become a thing and make it more complex. But then once it becomes the ultimate thing, now it's simple again, and it's just back to, you know, back to zero again, that point of consciousness. So hopefully we're rounding these teachings off for you in your mind and yourself. You were reflecting these teachings back to you, rounding them off, letting you know that this is where all roads lead from the energetic standpoint. And so we have these emanations, the manifested rainbow body in a photograph. The lotus is not there when they took the photo. So just letting you know what I was telling you earlier. These are people that grew to a size of 3 centimeters, guys. Come on, you think this is a game? Keep thinking, guys. Keep thinking. Keep letting your thoughts, keep letting your ego, your thoughts, your thinking. See, you got to become the vortex, guys. Letting your thinking interrupt you, interrupt your being, right? The real true existence. Where does existence come from? The vortex. And so it's deeper than we can really put in words. So it's a very beautiful thing to see that this part of ourselves that demonstrate this higher aspect of ourself, this positive death, right? This transition in a higher vibrational aspect. This is available. This is yours. This is you. This is who you are. So we have these teachings. This again is just putting the magnifying glass on it, examining it. Remember, death is still death in most cases. Now, again, it's how far you can take it, right? How far your perception takes it. How far do you see into this thing, right? How far do you see the process of the rainbow body? You know, because look, it's different for different people. Like they said, some people achieve the rainbow body and it hits the wave of the energy hits after they've actually left the body. Like their consciousness is no longer with the body. So that wave of energy hits after that from a linear perception in our reality. So that's one way. And then it hits while you're actually in this reality in another way. And you actually experience a complete transformation in another way. So it looks like you're controlling it, guys. But the truth of the matter is, when you expand your awareness, there is no control. See, that's the duality again. We look at the vortex, we think we're controlling. There actually is no control. There is no control. So we look at these guys, you know, they shrink to these very small sizes. This person shrunk to, you know, shout out to these brothers, these reflections, right? This person shrunk to the 20 centimeter. So realize, guys, that, you know, these are monks. These are guys that are putting a lot of time into this, a lot of energy, a lot of humbleness, lovingness. But see, look, remember, we have been into the concentration realm, right, of society. But guess the beautiful part of that is, right? Now we have the ability to know love. It's like a rubber band, right? You stretch it out. That's how big the circle is, however big you stretch it out. So the process of making it bigger and stretching out, that's giving us the capacity to realize it, right? So we can realize that thing with the capacity of the level that we stretched it out in. So that's just another beautiful inward of the outward, downward of the upward, you know? We have this picture again of people, you know, this is a woman who is the mother of Langar Rinpoche, which is one of the Toku, which is one of the Toku and Nyingma Katok monastery. I'm not afraid to try to pronounce these words. I mean, I know I may be butchering it. It doesn't matter, okay? We're not worried about that. I'm just trying to, give respect and at least attempt to pronounce these things. But of course, if I was aware of the proper pronunciation, I would obviously use the proper pronunciation, right? And so if we look at Tasha Lamo, rainbow body, 50 centimeters long. This showing you in scale how small and how big things can get, guys. You think it's a game? This happens. This is a version of death you are capable of. You are capable of this version of death, right? You shrinking yourself up like this, you know why? It gets smaller though. Remember now, guys, you think it's a game. We said 3 centimeters. 3 centimeters. You understand? You shrink yourself to this level. You get it? This is what's happening, right? When you're becoming the greater, and it's taken away from this emanation of ourself, which is the physical. It's almost like the physical is showing us like, hey, the more you become your bigger self, the less you need to be this particular self. That's really what it's saying. It's showing you that. It's like, yo, you need to be, the more you become your greater self, now the rainbow body is interfacing you into your greater self, the less you become this self. So really the rainbow body is a stage. It's like a reflective state in between, right? A reflective state in between states of being. That's what we're dealing with. So make no mistake, these people are reflecting you. Don't get stuck on ethnicity. Don't get stuck on who this is and this and that. Don't get stuck on that. This is about you. This is reflecting you. Trust and believe. So you got to open your heart and accept it, man. Accept that. Accept that truth. Open your heart. These are some questionable ones. This guy was questioning these. He was just showing an example of motion blur in photography. He was questioning this one. This guy who wrote this blog, he was saying, hey, I'm questioning this one because I think this is like a motion blur photography type thing and not actual rainbow light. But the other one, all the rest of them, yes, we are without a doubt saying these are people becoming the rainbow body for sure, in this realm from this dimension, right? Which would be the inverse on another realm, right? And so we look at this brother here. We say, below you find an image of Lama Chuk that I believe is real and is a sign of beginning stages of the rainbow body, exactly as Valalar described, right? Lama Chuk. That's what we're doing. The following 8 pictures are from individuals who were approaching the rainbow body of light state. All individuals below reached the state of non-breathing while remaining alive, however, not completing the process such as what Valalar did, but entered Jiva or Mahasamadhi. We have Vishuddhananda. Vishuddhananda looking aboriginal over here. Busted open. Adi Shankara. Lahiri Mahasaya. Mayama Devi. That's a powerful name. Mayama Devi, that's a powerful name. Mayama Devi. These are not people from the same place, guys. These are spread out. Here's another one. This is her again. This is another version of another picture of her, Mayama Devi. She looks straight aboriginal. Like she looks very aboriginal. Very aboriginal. We have this guy who you literally can see glowing right in front of you on this picture. This is amazing. Parameshti Guru H.H. Sadasiva Brahmendra Saraswati Sri Judge Swamingal of Pudukkottai. incredible. I mean, Jagannatha, another very aboriginal looking brother here. Davaraha Baba, Trialanga, Sadasiva, and Sadasiva. Different depictions. Yeah, I'm trying to get these names right, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering names, but a lot of this is is a long way from people's thinking that's in the societies that we exist in right now. And so what this is just a reflection of how relevant this is becoming now, right? It's coming, this energy within yourself is being reflected back to yourself. You're reflecting it back to yourself. So it's coming to you. So let's go ahead and get into this, man. Legend of the Parrot. I like this. All right. When again, we're gonna get into these names. Forgive me if I'm butchering names or anything like that. I'm gonna do my best to pronounce them because I just want to at least try to pronounce it right. Sambandandan. When Sambandandan lost the competition with the saint, he took revenge by telling the blind king, "If your highness can persuade Aruna Giri Nathar, to bring a Parijata flower from a Svargaloka, one of the heavenly realms, a few drops squeezed from the flower into your eyes will restore your eyesight." The king, eager to regain his vision, commissioned Iranagiri Nathar to go to do the job. In order to reach the heavenly world, Arunagiri Nathar entered the body of a parrot that had recently died and reanimated it. He left his own body in one of the niches of a Gopura at Arunachaleswarar temple and flew off to find and collect the flower. After the parrot had departed on its mission, Sambandandan, who had been watching Arunagiri Nathar's movements, showed the lifeless body of the poet to Pravuda Davaraya, announced that it was dead, and asked for permission to cremate it. The king agreed, and the body was quickly burned. Sometime after, Arunagiri Nathar returned with the flower, only to discover that he no longer had a human body to return to. He went to the king in his parrot body, restored the king's eyesight with the Parijata flower juice, and explained what had happened. Realizing that he had been tricked, the king was struck with grief because he knew that it would now be impossible for Arunagiri Nathar to again resume human form. Arunagiri Nathar, untroubled by this bizarre turn of events, happily spent the remainder of his life in the parrot's body and even continued to compose poetry in praise of Lord Maruga. It is said that he composed this and sang his famous work Kandar Anubuti, and several other poems, Kanar Nubuti, and several other poems while he was still occupying the parrot's body. Two large colored mortar parrots representing Saint Arunagiri Nathar are on this Gapura. So you get the idea of that. You see where that's going. You see what this is about. This is about a very real reflection of a higher vibrational aspect of yourself and about all the things that we built on bringing you to that point. So it's letting you know something. Now, everything can't be exposed. Everything can't be explained. That's just part of the mystery. That's part of reality. So even in this entire build, as much that as has been explained, everything can't be explained, right? And so, it's on ourselves to actually be a part of our own journey, That's what we're doing. Because you're a micro journey. You're a microcosm journey representing the macrocosm journey. The small representing the big. It is a holographic reality. See, people don't realize the level of holographic it is, though. It's high level holographic reality, you know. And so that's just a nature of perceiving our realm. Now, we can perceive it as complete nothingness. That's just another way we can perceive it, right? Which is the opposite of this infinite, like, reflecting reality. It's infinitely not reflecting, right? You know? And so that's the vortex. That's what it really boils down to. That's what it really is. And that ties us into what the actual universe is. So we just have some more of these, you know. Just like 4 examples above, the 18 siddhars of Tamil Nadu and the 84 tantric siddhars of the Himalayan underwent a similar process towards the rainbow body, but most of them have not completed the process. So it is written that Sivavakiyar disappeared into the air with his body. It is also written that Siddhar, Agasthyar, Bogar, and Kalinginarthar had their bodies become completely indestructible by means of Kayakalpa. All the pictures below are from individuals who have dissolved their bodies into the light body and disappeared completely into space. Andel Nachir, Chetsun Ningting, Manikchaya Chava Sagar. And remember, guys, these are people that's recorded. Like, this is not just saying that this is the total number of people, because remember, this is an intimate process. Many people in remote locations that do this from all over the world, you know, in different ways. This is just, it's not recorded. You know, it's not recorded them doing it, but it's because it's an intimate process. Everything is not televised. You know, that's the thing about our social media culture in this reality is like, you know, we think it all got to be televised, but this is a very intimate process beyond all of that. And so these are just some people, some beings that we can say, hey, this is the recording of them having done this in history. And so it's Jigmid, Gwaliwe, Nyugu. That almost sounds African. Hand drawn by the Chemdabara Swimigal, the only one of the 64 Nyamars who reached the rainbow body state. You know? Kyukyen Longchen Rabjampa, known as the All-Knowing, was perhaps the most famous of realized scholars in the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism. Sri Singha, he was the teacher of the Padmasambhava, Jana Sutra, and Valma Mitra in the Vairocana. So it's getting into, you know, these other recorded people, you know, and beings from ancient pasts, you know, or and not so ancient past. Guru Rinpoche, Vairotsana, Jnana Sutra, Vimala Mitra. See, we got to get out of certain languages too, guys, because when we get into certain language, we see how it flows. It's just reminding you of something deeper. Vimala Mitra. Vairocana. Pang Mipan Gongpo, student of Vimala Mitra. This is a woman. They say it's a he, though, right? This looks like a woman, but okay, that's a he then. That's fine. So we're dealing with these different aspects and emanations below, 23 different ones, you know, that have achieved the rainbow body, you know, as recorded. We're just going to kind of scan through these. They're all valid. Everything is valid. Everything's a reflection. This is just reflecting you. This is artwork people have done. Just people doing artwork of it. Again, artwork is just reflecting reality. It's just all it is. It's just a reflection of reality. That's all artwork is. It's not a good or bad thing, just like everything else. Enlightenment, rainbow body of great transference. This state is similar to the rainbow body of light state. However, the process of shrinking goes much faster and is in most cases almost instantaneous, and the light body remains visible for those who are in need for their help. Now, keep in mind that the light body that remains is not a person or individual as we know it. It is divine itself in the form of light. It has no will nor desire, or only remains for those who are attuned to it. Also, there seems to be a very thin dividing line between the rainbow body of light and that of great transference. It might even be that they are one and the same. This is almost impossible to verify. And of course, guys, we know that we can verify this within ourselves. So it's almost impossible to verify. This person is very correct, and I love that they've even done this. It's almost impossible to verify, but what makes it possible, what makes that almost happen, is that the vortex of zero, of actual knowing, of all knowing, is that actually it's within ourselves. So it is possible to know because it's within us. It's within us. And so it's time for you to really understand and see, these aspects. It's not about the images we're looking at. These are just reflections of you. I can't say that enough. It's not about the images. Even this flower is a reflection of you. And that's a deep understanding. It is said that this flower grew near a place where Babaji meditated. Indeed, it emanates a strong energy, and so it's just a beautiful thing, just looking at these little aspects of reflections and different stuff. Remember, you say, well, why is this culture doing this more than other cultures? And why do we see this kind of thing? Because remember, as a human form, as a totality, we have to have a part of ourselves to do a certain thing. So for instance, we got just to keep it going, right? To keep that going, because it has to continue to be fulfilled within us. So there has to be societies and parts of us that live according to, pursuing this. Just like we have lower carnal societies based on the carnal aspect of ourselves, we have these different variations of society. And so we have this ideas of these people that's living in these societies. This is beautiful to me, man. Now this is what I look at. I like to take this a little deeper because look, it's all about becoming the rainbow body and stuff and transfiguring. It's transfiguration in process. But then when you see this, it's both. It's both sides. It's like Shiva and Shakti. It's both sides. It's both transfiguring. Isn't that something? So of course that's an emanation within us, and of course it's possible. This is beautiful. Shukadeva. So we have these types of situations. A lot of these are given male characteristics and things like that. Some of this stuff is so old in history. What can we say? Here we are. Samanta Bhadra and Samancha Badri. Really one and the same. One of the 8 bodhisattvas. Our true nature, always good, always well. This is who we truly are. So that's what this is about, guys. It's about realizing who you truly are. That's what transfiguration is ultimately the manifestation of, is that clear and complete understanding, knowing on all levels of who you truly are. So you can say, well, it's the upper chakra of the heart chakra. Right? You see what I'm saying? That's one way to just look at it, just to kind of put it in a little conceptualization for you. You're looking at the vision of it, and the experience of it is the rainbow body, the vibration, the culmination of the lights of our realm expressing itself. It's the reflection. So we went through the different levels that can be tapped into and achieved. And, that's really what we're dealing with. So it's just, as you can see, as we built everything and came to this point, the rainbow body is a culmination of all those concepts, and it's so deep. You know how deep this is. When you go back and you listen to these different ones, it's going to be a new thing every time that you discover, because this is how deep this is, right? This is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection of you, like reflecting within itself. And that's why it's designed the way it's designed, and it went on the path that it went on, because that's what it is. It's reflecting you. And what I am doing is reflecting you again, but showing you the proof, showing you the evidence that this is you. Because I didn't plan this. I didn't really plan this, you know? So by me fulfilling this and carrying this out and demonstrating this reflection of yourself, which is ourself, it's just, another thing that, I can feel like I controlled it. I can feel like, hey, I did this, but that's only a perception. See, if you look at it from free will, you did this. That's the ego part of it. That's the free will part of it. But then as you expand that awareness and realize that you're a larger body, that's why when we talked about becoming the light body, it's silencing all those other things, where now when you get to that second stage, you don't even have to eat anymore. It's no breathing or eating anymore, because the duality is leaving. You're past that. You're past the duality. You're back at the void. And so you get to this place where, it's the void. You're void of dreams and thoughts. You're void of sexual energy, so to speak. And you're void of the breathing and eating, because breath is like another type of eating. When you're breathing in, this is another kind of eating. That's why it's no coincidence your nose and your mouth, which is a part of the digestive tract, is a part of the same area of your body, right? Like your mouth is your digestive tract. You can breathe in air through your mouth. And guess what? You can breathe in through your nose too, which is its own little special thing that's for breathing. So you have the higher manifestation of the lungs in the nose breathing. And then you have the lower manifestation in the, mouth breathing, which is a reflection of yourself, which is a reflection of, your lower self, which is the same. It's not bad or good. So let's not, when I say lower, I just got to reiterate, we're not saying bad. It's just a part of you. It's just one part. It's the material part. It's necessary, right? It's your body shows you that it's necessary. But of course you can exist without it, or, you're never without it, but you can exist without the perception of being without it, right? It's the perception. So you're never actually without it. Just like that's when we say time is not real, because all motion is no motion and all things are happening at once. It's already happening. This light body that we're talking about right now, this rainbow body, you're already experiencing it. It's already happening on some level of reality. Because remember, the greater you that reflects this light body, which is the oneness that this world is moving towards, the self, that oneness and that self is the proof. The existence of that oneness already there is the proof. You moving towards that is your own perception of it. And that's a part of the lesser identity within yourself, which is just a microcosm of a macrocosm again. So it's a beautiful, 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 beautiful situation. Fantastically well designed, perfect and balanced in every way. And the rainbow body of yourself, your ability to experience this level of your own existence, is a reflection of that level of beauty. That's what we're saying. It's a reflection of that part of yourself that's that beautiful. That's you. That's us. That's what we dealing with. It's the oneness. It's that void again. That same force, that seesaw, that force that's perceived as two forces. It's perceived as two forces. That's that zero. It's that vortex. So just wrapping it up here, we're going to go ahead and get ready to close it out. We're going to take a look at a couple more things, just a little bit more here. I wanted to just kind of skim through. Here's another alternative perspective on the rainbow body. Again, when this information is available, that means nothing, because you guys are like, oh, but this is out here and everybody can get this, and this is not. But again, guys, remember, of course it's out here. Everybody can get it because of course you can get anything. Everybody can get anything, right? Theoretically, but guess what? In reality, your frequency is determining that you are in tune with this information. So yeah, we can put the big gold plaque right in the middle of the town square. We can put a gold pile of gold coins, and if you're not aware of what that is, it'll sit there. If you're somebody, like if it's a town that doesn't care about gold or doesn't know what gold is, or gold is nothing to them, or they don't understand it, or it's not there. See, there's the beauty of ignorance. See, when they say ignorance is bliss, you see that? You see how that balance goes? Ignorance is bliss, guys. You see that, right? If you don't know what it is and it's not there, it's just like being aware. You know what I'm saying? It's just like being fully aware of it to the point where it doesn't matter again. You see how that works? Ignorance is bliss, because when you're blissful, you're so caught up in that nature of nirvana and experience that it doesn't matter. But then when you're ignorant, you're so blinded, and caught up in your reality and your immediate reality that it doesn't matter. So either way, it doesn't matter. So ignorance is bliss. It makes sense. Look at these phrases that we tell ourselves. We use these in common words and common language. So now what this has been about is just reflecting inside of ourselves and seeing a deeper trajectory that we're headed on. Like I just demonstrated with ignorance is bliss balance, that, guys, it's not bad to be ignorant. It's not bad to be blissful. It's not good to be ignorant. It's not good to be blissful. Both are true and not true at the same time. That's how we're dealing with it. So that's the energy that we're coming with, and that's the cultivation of the acceptance of the ultimate, unconditional love frequency that's going to lead to your cultivation of the light body that is the rainbow body. And this is for whoever it's for. It's for us, really, because we're all reflecting each other. So going through this, they talk about this the great completion. They get into, this idea, the cream of the heart juice of all teachings. The first stage is Trekcho. This is Dzogchen meditation. All right. This is just a practical, basic way, to start out on this particular aspect of the journey. So that's what I'm going to end with. I'm going to close out with just a little bit more technical knowledge on this aspect of cultivating the rainbow body, since we're dealing with transfiguration. And so just a little bit of technical information on the rainbow body some more is, persistent cutting through the psychic karma debris that obscures the primordial awareness within all of us: resistance, resentment, arrogance, pride, vanity, discursive thoughts of judgment and disapproval, delusion, jealousy, and hatred. The second stage, Togol, is a direct dissolution of all karma. So it's letting you breaking through the cycles. This is you breaking through all your energy body cycles. This is you returning back to the vortex that we talked about, the nothingness, so to speak, which Buddhism teaches as, which is also oneness, guys. Don't be afraid of that. See, that's the shadow of it. When you start fearing it, but that's okay though. It's okay. Remember, it's okay to fear it. I'm just letting you know that's not the only way though. Remember, you got to also not fear it too. You got to also see what it is, right? That's the light part of it, like you seeing what it is, So we don't want to have like that polarized inward motion of misunderstanding where we fear things like that. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping it up here real soon, guys. So, so the first stage, we talked about, and then you're dissolving karma after that. Now the Treckle stage, the Treckle stage is required to reach the Toggle stage, right? So you get through all this. Makes sense now. I mean, it's quite simple. It's very simple. It's straightforward. It's like getting rid of all this debris, like all this stuff that's making you hold on to things is going to get you past karma. You got to get past it, but it's a certain type of being you got to be to do that. You can't just, it's to experience it, I would say. It's the type of being you got to be that. So again, everything has its experience. It's its perception. So for that particular perception is that thing that goes with that perception. So that's all we're talking about is when you get rid of these karmic values, of course, dissolving the complete body of karma. Okay, so point blank quality. So Toggle is considered instantaneous, immediate realization with an intense point blank quality. It requires enormous discipline and is generally practiced in a retreat environment. It cannot be stressed too often that the path of Dzogchen can only be followed under the direct guidance of a qualified master. And it said Sogyal Rinpoche, author of the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying. So guys, when he says that a qualified master has to teach you this, guess what, guys? You're talking to the qualified master. But guess what? You're the qualified master. So do you need a direct human being teaching you this? That's an ego thing, I'm sorry to say. Not to put that on him like the Rinpoche, but let's be real about it. You don't need it because you're a reflection of all things. To say that you need some type of qualified master to guide you would be a contradiction to you being the greater reflection of all things. So let's be real, guys. You're already that. You're that already. You're the qualified master. It's you. You're the qualified master. That's what this is all about. All these different parts of us. Look how simple it is, right? This is what we got to let go of these. This is like unleashing, right? We're unleashing within ourselves. This is the process. Now we're hearing it as some kind of broadcast, but this is a process of unleashing within ourselves as a greater humanity things that we were holding from ourselves, which we experience as like secrets and secret societies and, you know, things hidden behind the wall of money and this and that, right? So those walls are coming down. That's what this represents. That's the full expression. That's part of the full expression of this whole series. So as we continue, there are mixed accounts of the origins of the Dzogchen method, the shamanic Bon traditions, the Buddhism, We kind of go through this. Again, this is available to you. I'll put this from Gaia. Again, I'll drop this into the chat as well. And so, open and translucent cosmos and a Dzogchen rainbow body and resurrection. Movement ensues when the element of air stirs up wind and oscillates rapidly into fire. From fire emerges water, and from water, the solidity of rock and earth are stabilized. With this gravitational collapse into the elemental forces that comprise the cosmos, a spiraling reconfigure matter into worlds wherein embodied beings form. Think of high vibratory states slowing down until they become dense matter. Okay, so that's true. You know, again, this is all reflections, just reflections of us. So they're just breaking down some higher thinking that you can obtain within yourself. This is stuff that you can reflect within yourself and reach these same realizations, guys. I've done it. Okay, I'm showing you this. I'm a reflection of you. All right. So this is literally in a way like you talking to yourself in a very real way that's actually more real, because the reason why I say it's more real is not really more real, but it's more expansive. So when you talk about the greater reality part of it, that makes it more expansive. So you could say, oh, that's more real. But actually, and truthfully, from the middle point of acceptance is not more real. It's just that direction of it. It's that perception, that viewpoint. But the other viewpoint, you know, of making it, you know, more concentrated can also be more real, depending on, again, that goes back to good and bad and things like that. It's our own personal subjective opinion. So what we have here is universal actuality of, like, you know, the body representing this like movement, this motion, energy, reflection of the divine, you know, the divine force, let's say it like that, the divine force that we experience as electromagnetism, and then we try to split, you know, or we do split into two separate forces, electricity and magnetism, repulsion and attraction, you know. So it's the same thing again and again and again. All we're doing is exploring different perceptions within ourselves. So think high vibratory states, guys. Think high vibratory states, because That's the nature of the greater reality when you start thinking a bigger reality, because why not explore that end too, right? We don't have to just explore one end or the other. So if you're going to say, okay, well, some people want to explore hell, so to speak, right? Quote unquote hell. Well, okay, well, some people want to explore heaven then, it's their right to explore heaven. If you want to explore heaven, it's your right to do that. If you want to explore hell, it's your right to do that. Ultimately, what we truly find out is that they're all a part of the same process. That's why I said space is an illusion. It's all happening at one motion right now in the one space, so-called space, which is the vortex. And so that's a bit deep, not trying to get too deep, but we've already taken it off the deep end and then some. So I like what this says here. The elements dance together to create an infinite variety of appearances, right? There we go with the dance again, vibration again. So basically look, when we learned what we learned in this series, we translate this like, oh man, the vibrations dance together to create an infinite variety of physical vibrations. Like it's like the appearance is like the physical manifestation part, the denser vibration. It's like a reflection makes it denser. So it's reflecting more, cascading down into the physical appearance. So it's still vibration though. But beneath the physical lies, and here we go with that lies term, but beneath the physical, and again, that's half true and true at the same time, physical lies the true nature of the elements as light and energy. So look, I like how they say lies the true nature, right? Because look, it's saying lies beneath like the underlying, but guess what? The lie is the underlying. Like when you're going downward, inner, that's the lie. But guess what? The lie is the truth. So the lie is the truth again. So we just have these very brutal materialistic ways that this manifests for us when we perceive it in that way from this physical world. But it's not valid, more valid or less valid than any other way to perceive it, right? But right now we're talking about the rainbow body, and we're talking about the crown chakra way of perceiving it from within the heart. All right. So, all this beautiful stuff they're saying, they're showing you the layers. We talked about this on previous streams. We got into cymatics, the different, like how matter is formed. If you think about cymatics, imagine like if you was on a big plate, we saw that plate move the salt around and create the geometric patterns and stuff like that. Imagine if, you were actually like, on a big, huge plate, right? Like the plate, like you wasn't on the plate, but the plate was right there. We built the plate. It's huge. It's acres big, right? Like imagine if it's acres big plate that we built, right? And we vibrated the same way we vibrate the cymatics. Now, what was a grain of salt is now a big stone, right? That's just a little something for you to think on. I'm not going to go too deep on that. We don't got to get into acoustic levitation and stuff like that, but this is stuff that naturally comes to you guys. This is all within yourself. The secret is, these guys holding a secret from you is just you holding secrets from yourself. They're reflections of you. And so the truth is opening it up and just seeing what it is the mystery, and then you discover the mystery is a surprise, and it's amazing. And it's the beauty of it all. So, just a little something on you for you to think about on that. Where it's that same reflective pattern. It's that same reflective pattern. So we gave you the cosmos as a reflection of yourself, showing you how it's the mother and child and how that's a reflection of you as well. And the Father is there, it's the unseen, and that's a reflection of you as well. And this and that. So but the Father is seen through the child, so that's the Christ, that's what the Christ is. That's the deeper part of the Christ. So we get into some very deep builds, man. So what I will kind of move towards the closing here, as we move towards the closing of this one, the final stream in this series. So we're basically moving close the final stream of this series and also the series itself, right? Because this is the closing of the last part of the series. So you see how that works. So I'm just saying it like that to get your mind working, like to see the layers of things within things, right? So so I'll read this. It's not that long, so I'm gonna go ahead and read this. In commemoration of the death of his teacher in 2013, Dzogchen Khenpo Choga Rinpoche wrote to his students, "My precious teacher, Lama Karma Rinpoche, has passed. I received the extraordinary news." See how he considers this extraordinary? "I received the extraordinary news from my friends in Tibet that the sacred body of my kind teacher has dramatically shrunk in size." He reached the rainbow body, one of the rainbow bodies, right? Lama Karma was about 5'9" tall, but 2 weeks after he passed, his seated body now shrunk to about 8 inches. Think about that, guys. Listen, man. I'm not going to harp on this. You take it how you want it. This is just a reflection of you. That's all I can say. When you get body shrinking to 8 inches, you want to tell me that you can't examine magic in this reality? You can't see what we call magic? It's not magic. It's just the natural process of the dance of the divine mother and father. The divine mother and father, those sacred energies, the dance of them, and the result of that is what we're calling magic. See, that's the greater view. We can look at it from a personal view, and you try to, pursue personal magic. Like you want to control things. Remember, guys, control, that's your immediate. But look, it's not wrong. We're not saying it's wrong. I'm just telling you the difference of perception. That's all it is, perception. So this man shrunk to 8 inches, which means his body, including his skeleton, shrunk nearly 80%. Now, come on now. Chogar Rinpoche went on to explain that his teacher had attained the small rainbow body, referring to the shrinking of Lama Karma's body after death. But small is not lesser. Okay, guys? Small is not lesser. I haven't read this yet. This is beautiful. Chogar Rinpoche wrote, according to Dzogchen Tantra, this kind of miraculous display is a sign that he has attained the supreme accomplishment of Buddha in this very life. You know what that means, right? I can tell you, right? I can tell you what that means. Take it how you want it, right? I can tell you from my experience, right? Okay, what is a bodhisattva, right? Check into that. All right, so what it means is this person became the one, like I already explained, that they became a greater identity so that the lesser identity within themselves became even lesser. So now it shrank physically because now even your physical has aligned, so to speak, with the greater, which is demonstrating, you know what I'm saying, that your thoughts have expanded to that degree. So, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. It's a complete celebration. And guys, this is what the higher death is. Death is death, death is death, right? That's true. There's a higher perception, a lower perception of the same thing that always is, right? It's a part of the cycle. It's a part of movement. Movement ends, starts and stops. That's how it works. So that's our little perception of death. Well, there's a little perception of a higher death. That's all we're talking about with transfiguration. So if this body continues to shrink and totally disappears, this miracle will be categorized as light body or atomless body. The light body can change gradually or instantaneously with or without an eyewitness. So look, guys, these people have this embedded in their culture. And remember, these people are us people. Remind you, this is a reflection of us. This is your reflection. These brothers and sisters that are actively dealing with this, they are reflecting yourself. You have a part of you that is actively dealing with this. So make no mistake, you are connected to them. We're all a part of this one thing. That's the greater awareness. That's what the transfiguration is. Raising the awareness and expanding into the greater awareness. Transfiguration. It's the 1,000-petal lotus in body form, so to speak, right? That's why you see some of the rainbow body, it shows them like this. It shows their crown. You see the crown chakra? It's showing the crown chakra and it's showing the big rainbow body coming from the heart because it's the vision of what's taking place in the heart. It's the higher vision of what's happening in the heart. That's the rainbow body right there. Oops, hold on, sorry. Hold on, take it back. See, we see it here. This is a great example. You see the crown chakra version. Then you see the heart, the bigger. The crown chakra is what? Smaller than the heart one involved in it. It's just a vision of what's happening in the middle. A vision of the middle. It's a higher vision of the middle, and that's the rainbow body. And that's the way we can see it. So let's finish this letter. Further on, Choga Rinpoche described the medium rainbow body, saying the Jogshen's master's body dissolves its rainbow light of many different shapes, colors, and different sizes of rainbow spheres, rainbow rays, and rainbow ribbons until the physical body has totally dissolved into rainbow light, leaving nothing besides hair and nails, as we covered with some others. Rinpoche cites that examples of Master Nyakla Rangrik Dorje, his body is still preserved and is the size of a hand, and Tasha Lamo, a woman practitioner whose body shrank to about 4 inches in 1982. So that's letting you know, guys, even though this seems few and far in between, that's a perception. Remember that. That's a perception. So death does happen. What's the point of the higher death? Is because it's a higher perception. It does exist just like the lower perception exists. So we have both. We have this same dance happening. So you're going to have that perception of transfiguration as an example. So this just shows you the beauty and what we can call the magic and this kind of thing of the reality that you exist in and how amazing it is. So as we continue, and also too, just showing you that this is not related to gender or background or this or that, because guys, just because you're here is an example that you are a part of this whole. The fact that you are here, that you exist, right? When we get into freeness and we relate to freeness, that's the rainbow body, freeness. But guess what? That's the ultimate freeness. That's the freeness that you might not want, because that's freeness from the root chakra. That's freeness from the sacral chakra. It's freeness from the rest of them, right? It's the ultimate freeness. So you're no longer, so what that means is now you're going to go outside of the perception of this reality. And you're going to fill up into a different reality. You're going to go into the perception of a new reality where that oneness can experience itself again. And now you're the lower again. Now you're the lower, but you're the lower on a higher level. You see how that works? So now you're back at the lower again in another reality, but it's on a higher level. But guess what? It's still in the same place. Whew. It's deep. It's very deep. Very deep. So if this is what we want to experience, because this is that alignment with the beauty of death itself and the completion of the cycle itself. When you become the rainbow body and you transfigure, it's the alignment with that. It's beauty. It's reflecting the truth of beauty. But again, that's not right or wrong. And in a different direction than this doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Just because you're not going the direction, or you perceive that you're not going the direction. How about that? You perceive you're not going the direction of the rainbow body. That doesn't mean you're right or wrong about that. It's okay. We just accept it. And that's the beauty of right and wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's both and neither. You see? And so, greetings, Misha. I see you just joined. I was actually just bringing it to an end here in just a few moments. I have a little bit left here. I just want to finish off reading this letter. But I was getting ready to close out. Of course, I want to, at the very end here, when I'm done, I definitely want to open up for any type of discussion or questions or anything like that. And so, just to finish out the letter, which is a very nice letter. Rinpoche made clear, though, that all these miracles are signs of the same supreme accomplishment. Their attainments are exactly equal. Their practitioners have attained Buddha in this very life, he wrote. See, he's saying they're equal because they attained Buddha. But see, I'm going to say they're equal because even the smallest action of you're not a Buddha, you haven't reached this level yet, you haven't done all this. Even the smallest movement is equal to that perception of the greatest movement. That's what I want you to understand. And so that's why we say neither direction is good or bad. It's all a part of itself. And that's the ultimate reflection. And that ties into the rainbow body as well. Knowing that even the rainbow body itself and its accomplishment is just a perspective. It's not greater than the pursuit of destruction. You know, as crazy as that sounds, right? To most people, you'll say, no, that's greater. The rainbow body's greater than that. But, you know, I'm telling you that, you know, from a balanced perspective, I don't see it as greater. I don't see it as greater. I just see it as another perception. Now, is it desirable to me? Can I say it's greater from a desire standpoint? Yes. That can make it greater because I'm on that path. That's the upward motion. So I make it greater from that, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean it actually is greater. There's no actuality of it. Remember, it's both and neither, that void. And so, while these manifestations are fascinating, we must remind ourselves that genuine practitioners do not attempt attainment for the sake of public spectacle or self-aggrandizement. Their common motivation is a profound commitment to the freedom and happiness of all beings. Any merit gained by the dissolution of karma is dedicated to the benefit of the other rather than the self. You understand that? So what they said there is that becoming the greater self requires you to perceive love as the other, meaning outside of yourself. Why? Because guess what? You're the greater self. So the stuff outside of you is you. It's a part of you. So when you project outward, that's a part of you. That's really you projecting inward. See how it works? So it's like you're projecting inward on a greater level when you project outward on this level. See that? So that's the reflection of it. Once again, you know? And so that's what they're showing you is that when you become the light body, when you become the rainbow body, that's a cultivation of the other, which is also you. The other, just like the vortex, the other to the vortex. What is the other to the vortex? Everything, which is all light-based realities, existence ever, everywhere. All of it. It's eternal. It's so much. But guess what? All of that is the reflection of the ultimate vortex. I talked about the Ein Sofer from a Jewish traditional standpoint. And I'm not talking about, you know, modern day, whoever wants to call themselves Jewish and this and that. I'm talking about an ancient Hebrew, Jewish, like Judah, that type of Jewish, Judah-ish. You know, that's an ego thing. But ultimately, guys, this is just a reflection. All we're doing is showing you ultimately that this is the higher version of your death, is the transfiguration. Everyone is capable. This is something that belongs to us all. And they show. And, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. The higher, that was a quote. I mean, that was just super, profound. What you just said. The higher death, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If you could say that again, yeah,
that's right.
Like
it's the higher version of death, if you want to look at it like that. So, like, if you look at a crown chakra on the upper end of the chakra system, moving upward, that motion, that perception of moving upward, you reach this higher perception of the idea of death. And you know what's funny about it is, you know, that's a balance, because the death part, just like the brother had kind of brought out a little bit yesterday before the stream was unexpectedly, you know, terminated somehow. But that you're at the crown chakra when you're born. You're at the crown chakra. So you're at the upper part when you're born. So when you die, you're at the lower part of the chakra. The material, your body reabsorbed, you know, your body's back to the material aspect. You no longer have the higher elements animating it. You don't have the breath of life in you anymore. You don't have those higher elements in part of your body. Your body just sinks down to the material matter, and it's so-called dead, right? It's just so-called dead or whatever. And so that's the lower death. But see, when you perceive and you have that double reflection, and now you're back at the higher part again, this is all happening in the heart. You've gone into the inner heart space of acceptance on an ultimate level, and you know you're on an upward trajectory, and now you have the crown chakra view of the lower death. You know, what is the death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a part of that ultimate cycle. So now you have the crown chakra view of that, which is the rainbow body.
Wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just want to add, and I'm sorry I came in like at the tail end, and I really didn't get a chance to catch the whole stream, and so hopefully I'm not disrupting, in the flow. But it's a trip because as we've been building today, I reached out to my mom, and I had a revelation because I've been having this sort of just challenge with religion, right? Coming from a Christian background, and as you grow and yeah, you sort of share these ideas with folks, and most folks typically ascribe to some religion, and so my family is Christian, and so this morning I had this revelation, like, oh wow, but it is, it's a reflection of us, and I think that happened because of the bill last night, but yeah, like this idea of mirrors, and how yeah, I don't know, it's just it just resonates so much. But so yeah, so I reached out and just kind of share with her that you know my idea of religion now, based off of a new perspective, is that it is just a example of our sort of perception. It's a mirror of us. Is good. Right? Like, I don't know if this is making sense, but initially when I started sort of this journey, I had a challenge with religion. Like, okay, I came Christian, and and so I rejected it, right? Like, hold on, that's not true, and this isn't true, and but I just, yeah, I had a moment this morning. I was able to share. I don't know if she got it, and that's not even a point, but I had just a space in where I saw the significance of it, right? And it was a perception of all of us, which showed in all of these religions. And and we got into it a little bit deeper, and we talked about deities and Jesus, me saying that's a deity, and but so I'm gonna end there because, again, I don't want to disrupt your flow, but yeah, like just the
beautiful.
culmination of it all, it's like super clear.
Absolutely. And that's beautiful. I'm glad you added that in, because that really just kind of like helps us see the reflection of like that Christ, right? Is like in your own life as you as that Christ, right? And so, that's the beauty of this greater body that we exist in. It's always reflecting itself. And so you as the child, you are already the Christ. So you're looking at the different levels of your Christhood, of who you are as the Christ, concept, because Christ is light, the child is the light, the so-called lesser light, which is the sun,
Right.
And so
Right.
that's just a
And it
part of you.
just, yeah, and we will inevitably um um we will inevitably step into our fate, because because it exists, because it will be. Um and in some ways that's comforting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but at the same time, it's challenging, it's hard, it's disruptive, right? And so, again, the same theme through all of this duality, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like that dance of, which side of the harmony are we on? Are we coming or going? But that changes every moment. But it's about the moment and which side of the moment we're on, because it's gonna change anyway. But it's
Wow.
about
Yeah.
we're changing with it.
Yeah. Choice.
Yeah, what we
This
perceive is
idea
choice.
of free will, right? Which was
Mm-hmm.
what we perceive, right? Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
To us, we're like, yeah, from a microcosm, we think we're actually have a choice.
Right.
And I say it like that because I'm coming from a
Oh,
going
wow.
upward trajectory of a crown chakra kind of
Wow.
view, where the choice is and I mentioned this in the stream earlier, But the choice, when you expand the view on free will, that's when it expands into destiny.
There you go. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. And all of it is true.
Hmm.
That's why you keep saying have truth.
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. And so there's that eternal balance. And that's where that ancient axiom came from. These brothers, and sisters knew, the same thing we know. The same thing, again, reflections of us.
Hmm. It's so, I mean, it's just so, profound is the only word that I can think to use. Um, but it's grounding. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so as we talk about transfiguring and this higher vibrational manifestation of yourself, your death, because this is where you still go bye-bye. Unfortunately, guys, you're going to go bye-bye regardless. Okay? Just letting you know. In one way or the other. Now, can you prolong that? Can you have a perception of prolonged being within this realm? Of course you can. It's a reflection of you. You're at home.
Wow. So JP, let me ask you, because you just said we're all gonna go bye-bye, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I think it's so interesting how it almost feels like a burst of awareness is coming upon um, the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm seeing so many people talk about um, metaverse, and
Mm-hmm.
like it's becoming common knowledge language, which to me is a little bit of a trip because it's happening so quickly. Like I could think about weeks ago where that was, folks wouldn't even um, entertain that idea. And now it's like, so when you say we all go, we'll all have that time and place where we no longer exist in this realm. Is that true when technology is creating this space in which our consciousness will or can um, become sort of immortal? And I think that again is talking about the dance. I'm gonna just add, my thoughts, even though I asked the question, but it's like the dance because yes, you no longer exist physically, but there's a way in which we possibly could exist or transcend, right, our body. But yeah, your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. So we do that anyway. That's a natural process. What is happening is the expression of ourself within ourselves. So these guys that create the metaverse, that's a dimension within a dimension. It's another
Right.
reflection. We as humans created it. It's going to be a lesser imperfect. So the Gnostics, some of the ancestors that were Gnostics and stuff, this is what they talked about. They talked about like how, this is a simulation that we're in right now. Their opinion
Yeah.
on it was that, it was created by a lesser knowledge being, like a being like that was us, but somehow we're a product of that lesser knowledge being, and there's a greater knowledge being, like Most High is there, and that being's within. That being was created by Sophia, which created. So that being created this world, this reality, and then Sophia created that being. And it's just like this trickling down effect, so to speak. That's long story short. That's how
Yeah.
Sophia is the mother of the Matrix. When we
Yeah.
talk about the Matrix, and we talk about even in our reality, that's reflected with Sophia Stewart, who is behind the actual movies, The Matrix, where
Right.
they had the Wachowski brothers or whatever take over and take that script and that inspiration, and they created the movies, The Matrix. But that came from Sophia Stewart, which is
Yeah.
interesting. Sophia, because that was the
Right.
name of the angel, this angelic being, like an archangel, like a what's the name? Aeon. They call them Aeons, like Aeon. And these Aeons, yeah, Aeon. These Aeons were these greater angels, but they were lesser than the Most High, but they're like these higher up aspects of the Most High, and they created the being that created this world. And so the Gnostics said, well, this simulation is already flawed and shit because it's created by this flawed being that's not aware of the Most High, but is like deep within the Most High. And so that's what they were talking about with a lot of the Gospels and the stuff that got left out of the Bible and things like that. those books and, you know, even some of the Bible books are actually talking about that. And so, you know,
Yeah.
they, you know, that's one way to see it. That's a perception, you know.
Right. But, you know, all of this, these, you know, the series you've had, and, you know, I think if you could put an equal sign in front of all the series, is that, or at least what we would hope would be peace.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at least for me, right? My vibration, what, you know, I hope to offer in terms of, you know, what my energy has, yeah, contributed to, is that peace.
Absolutely.
Peace is, you know, is still.
Right. And there it
Yeah.
is. And that's the ultimate like loop de loop where it comes back to the beginning of zero. Nothing,
Yeah.
right? Nothingness. And that's the ultimate peace
Yeah.
is it's the
Yeah.
ultimate
Yeah.
perception of stillness, which is full of motion,
Yeah.
right? That's what we learn. We learn that
Mm,
stillness is full of motion. So we learn that peace is full of
mm.
what's not peace, right? Whatever that is, right?
Yeah.
It's just that's how it works. And so as it is peace, it is, you know, as we experience it as peace, it's peace. You know, when we look into it closer, and that's when it becomes that thing that's the opposite or the inverse of peace or whatever. And that's the pattern that we see.
Right.
And so which is interesting. But you know, I'm a proponent, and like you said and like the brother said and like others have said, is that I personally just like the idea, or just like to feel that, you know, it just boils down to that central vortex, that zero, like that ultimate zero of nothingness, and then I call everything that happens after that an illusion. You know, an illusion.
Right. But here's the thing though. I don't think I will ever be zero. I'm gonna just keep it 1,000. You know? Like,
why do you say that?
um I think, you know, who I am, I mean, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I don't even think that's my goal, is to just be zero. Um I want to have ebb and flows. I want to have experiences. I want to have emotions. Um I want to do it in a balanced way, right? But this idea of zero, peace, harmony, balance, like just that, I don't know that if that's necessarily what I want. I don't know. This is
Right. Well, you know, the beauty of it is that, and I feel you on that, and I think that's completely valid, right? That's 100% valid. Either, no matter what your perception is, it can be validated in the scope of infinity, right? And so I think that's completely valid.
Yeah.
When we talk about, you know, just, you know, wanting to, you know, continue to live, I mean, if you think about chaos, right? Or you know, that can manifest in so many different ways. Well, it's the same with peace, right? Peace is not
Yeah.
necessarily just like, you know, you're sitting there, you know, whatever, but
Right.
peace manifests in so many different ways, you know.
Yeah.
It's a lot of ways that peace manifests. Just like chaos, what we could say is the opposite of peace or whatever, or you know, if we want to say that, but really it is peace when we boil it down, you know what I'm saying? Because the ultimate chaos is peace, you know. So
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're just speaking to my spirit. I can, as you're talking, I'm thinking about so many instances where it looked like chaos from the outside, but I was able to feel peace in that space, and, you know, which I'm grateful for, right? Like, but yeah.
Right. And so this whole thing about transfiguration, again, this is just a perspective. So this is undoubtedly a part of your ultimate self. All of us, like every part you see in this reality, like this whole presentation on transfiguration, this is actually a part of you. So the people that transfigure, as I went through, and when you watch this back, you know, you'll see everything that we built on and everything. Just another, you know, cosmic build, where we're breaking it down from that level, and we're seeing that transfiguration is just basically a reflection of you, and, you know, the crown chakra within the heart chakra, you know. So it's that kind of reflecting emanation of yourself.
Wow.
And it's just
Yeah.
that. And it's like, does that mean like, oh, the other chakras are, or how, what's this about? Do I have to do this?
Right.
No, of course
Oh
not.
my
It's not for
goodness.
everyone. Like, that's what I said at the beginning of this stream, is that this is a stream that's, I anticipate is not for many people at all. Not because it's not. It's right in the open. It's going to be available, but it's just this. It's the heaviness of the information, because as we went
Oh
through
yeah.
the process of the obtaining the rainbow body, so to speak, we saw what that process was, and what it was. Just in case you missed it, was stripping down everything. Basically, you stripped
Mhm.
away your entire self, basically back to zero, like we've been
Mhm.
talking about, like we've been
Mhm.
building.
No, I feel it more than I understand what you're saying. I feel it. Um. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the rainbow body, is just attaining that. Is similar to, but it's love based.
Oh
The
yeah.
real key is they talk about attaining the rainbow body. It's the cultivation of loving energies, right? It's
Yeah, and you know me, I think I've been Mrs. Practical in this build, right? And so the way that it's manifested for me in my life has been like, as I even try to offer any remnants, I mean, I'm talking about small pieces. Folks around me are like, I mean, the reactions I get, I mean, it's a trip. um, it can make you feel away, if you're not,
So would you say
grounded.
that people are not being receptive, or?
No, 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 not at all. They're not receptive at all. And they're
Mm-hmm.
so caught up in themselves. And like, that's why I'm Mrs. Practical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I relate to that. But people are so caught up in just this, me, here, density, right? Like, that they don't have the luxury of um yeah, thinking and maneuvering in that way. And it's so real to me. Like, I'm literally getting ready to move out of my state. Like, just yeah. Like, yeah, it's deep. But yeah, most folks, the average person, at least around me, um completely against thinking in that way. And their perception is super dense, like just me here right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's that material pursuit, and that's also valid, but at the same time, it gets what comes with it. So when we shrink into ourselves, our magnetic field shrinks, and we don't have as much energy, and it's not, our reality is not, is now we're more controlled. The funny thing about free will is, the more you try to control, the more you are a victim of control.
Mm-hmm.
So the more you try to, exercise that level of like pursuit of material, the more now you become a victim of that. So like
Oh
now
yeah.
that controls your life. Like, so like when people, just to put it simply, right, I'm gonna just say money. When people pursue money and this kind of thing, and it's overly pursued, where this is what their whole life is based on, and that, guess what? Now they're controlled
Right.
by money. Now everything that controls money controls them.
Right.
Whether that's humans, whether that's other humans, whether that's institutions, whatever the case may be.
Right. No, that's so real. And here I am, like, but you see the larger picture. And but no, you're okay, and it's just like not to be, but like, bitch, no. Like, no. Like, just like looking at me sideways, like you're,
Yeah.
like you're off the, yeah. And so this is why I keep saying this build has been so helpful to me.
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
we have this perception of separation, where we feel like we're gonna go our separate ways, but we're still a reflection of each other, and we may very well experience a physical reality of like, oh, I went a different way than this person, but the reflection is still there. It's just a matter of interacting in different ways with each other, and other ways with other people, and stuff like that. That's also a part of ourselves, because it's always, we're giving ourselves those immediate reflections of each other,
Yeah.
when we're
It's
around
so
each other.
fitting. Yeah. This picture you have up, it's so fitting. I mean, me looking at my screen, I can't quite tell if it's a man or a woman, and I see so many different colors, and um, it's just, yeah, it's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It becomes like a perception of everything, and this is perverted, not to make it about that in our reality and our material pursuits, but you know, we start getting some of these concepts and we turn it into a material thing in our reality because of our pursuits and our direction,
Right.
and
Which
so
is why religion exists, and
mm-hmm,
it exists for a reason, right? So
mm-hmm,
when you have people like my mom or my grandmother who are just, you know, diehard Christian, I mean, it exists for a reason, and they're not wrong.
right,
Um, yeah,
exactly. They're not
yeah,
wrong. They're just on their process. Um,
yeah,
and so it's completely valid. Like I said, these you have to see these as reflections, and just like the brother yesterday said,
yeah.
accept them for who they are. That doesn't mean you got to hang around them all day. It doesn't mean
Right.
this
There you
and
go.
that. But you accept them for who they are in the place of infinity
Yeah,
because they are a reflection of you.
and
Whether
that's love.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that's love, and that's the path of seeing that true reflection that actually is when we
yeah,
invert it. Cause like we're the separation part of the equation, but then on the other side it's like, oh, we're all one. And that's the motion part because it's one or the other. Remember, that's the part of motion we talked about in previous builds. It's moving
yeah.
because it's either one or the other. Once it's nothing,
Right.
once it's completely nothing, that's what you said just now. Peace is still. Peace is
Yeah.
stillness because now it's neither. We get to the
Oh,
both and the
that's death.
neither.
Almost. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That's
mhm.
almost death, right? I mean, yeah.
Almost in a sense it's like a half death kind of situation if you want to look at it like that. um it's like a nonchalance, like I mentioned yesterday on the love build. It's like there's a certain nonchalance that kind of comes with it. And you know what's funny, attaining the
Mm.
rainbow body, that goes away. Like that's what happens. You become that. It is like death. It's funny you said that because I know you haven't seen the whole build, and it's funny you said that because that's what we built on. It's like you become nonchalant. You get to a point where you don't eat any, you don't have to eat, you don't have to breathe. You get to a high
It's
level
so
where you don't
crazy.
eat, you don't actually have
Yeah.
thoughts or dreams because the ego
Huh.
death, it's the ego death. The sexual energy is
Oh,
at bay.
wow. So
But
there are
you
people who walk around this realm like that
yeah, and they
now.
shortly leave though. They don't stay for
Yeah.
long. You can't stay around for long because your vibration
Uh-huh.
is so different. But they shrink as I've
Wow.
covered. You'll see once you watch this back, you'll
Yeah.
see everything we
Yeah.
covered. It's a lot we got
Wow.
into.
Okay.
It's a whole lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, that's a trip. I had a thought it left me, but yeah, no, yeah. Yep. That's a trip.
yeah,
Oh, I think that um what okay, yeah, that's what it was. Love. We built on love yesterday. And you said the opposite of love is fear, right? But,
mm-hmm.
me, um, in my mind, up to my 30 years of living, I thought the opposite of love was indifference. Um, and so that threw me for a little bit of a loop and took me on something. But what are your thoughts on that? I don't know how long you plan to be on, and whenever
Yeah.
you get off, I'm okay with that. But yeah.
No, it's okay. No, my thoughts on that is I think indifference is a part of love. Like indifference is the reflection of love. That's when it's unconditional. Because remember, like we built on yesterday, acceptance is the key to open up that treasure trove of love, that unconditional love, right? So indifference is no condition. Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So
Hmm.
indifference is love. Like indifference is the actual love where it's not
Oh,
personal.
wow. Wow. I'm sorry to be so extra. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
But
That's
remember,
that's so deep. Yeah.
that's true. But remember the fear reflection or the opposite, so-called opposite. That's also what we might feel is an illusion, because again, that's that part of the existence where it's either one or the other, and it's like the shadow and this, so it's like that's a part of love too. Even the fear part is a part of love, just like confidence is a part of love. Like both sides of the equation is a part of love.
Right. It's a trip. I mean, it's so and you spoke to this, you've been like, what a time to be alive is what you've said, and it is a trip. I mean, where I am personally, it's like folks more often than not shun upon me because I'm sort of standing in this space of clarity, and it is so disruptive for the average person, like,
for sure.
So yeah, it's a trip.
Just to put it simple, I'm gonna put it in a simple analogy. Then and if you guys have more questions, feel free to ask the questions. I want to, answer any questions that we have or go in any direction we want to go in. But I'm gonna put it in a simple analogy. It's like a bowl of Cheerios, It's nothing but a tourist field. You feel me? So it's you got to get around the tourist fields that's traveling more so upward. So that way they have an appreciation for the information, that you're radiating, instead of people that has an opposite direction travel. That's like, okay, this is annoying. This is this, to them that it makes them uneasy. Another analogy is too, like the brother said on one of the builds, when you illuminate, you shine a bright light. Oh no, sister said that you shine a bright light on it and you show people, everything shows. So it reveals things. So when you're a light walking around and people are in the shadow, you're shining a light on them just by you being you, just by your light being around. So you can look at it in that kind of sense too, is understanding, like, of course people are going to feel away. It's like, oh man, like I'm exposed because this bright light just exposed me just by walking past.
Yeah, no, that's so real. I'm not about to get emotional. I get emotional, but that's so real. And again, I'm always thinking about those who might listen to this build, and that could be your mom, it could be your dad, it could be your sister, your brother, like, and just from personal experience, that can feel super heavy to navigate. But you can stand in truth, right? Like, I guess, what's a worldly saying? Like, I don't know. If your intentions, right? Intention versus, I don't know. Y'all get what I'm getting at. But like, you can stand in that is truth, right? Like does that make sense? Like,
yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. Yes, it does. That's like acceptance, and indifference. It's like that truth. The truth is that part. Where it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true, right? It's like it doesn't matter if we try to invert it or whatever. It doesn't matter because it's there. It's just there.
Right. And sometimes it doesn't feel good, but that's what life is. Like, yeah.
Yep, it's motions in different directions, and sometimes you're right, it doesn't feel good. Different motions going opposite, and it kind of feels like you're being pulled apart, or this or that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it definitely can be uncomfortable, but again, we already talked about that yesterday on the love stream, where that shadow part of that discomfort is what equals growth. So they hand in hand. So it's a seesaw. So when you go through the shadow of the discomfort and you go through that, now you can grow on the other side of the field, on the chakras.
Yeah. And it's a trip because then what is the conclusion, right? And so what's coming up for me is like, I've always been a proponent of sort of emotional intelligence, right? Like being aware. And I think at the highest of the heights, when you get there, you're able to be super emotionally aware, where you don't take it personal when someone is not open to, or right, like, when your intentions are good and your actions are good, and it still doesn't equal, yeah, like that's sort of the your highest self. When that happens in your practical world, right? But you're able to navigate it in a way where it doesn't bruise your ego. You're able to see, you see from a bird's eye view, like, yeah.
That's right. That's the higher self. That's the
Yeah.
rainbow body expression. Because all the rainbow body is like your higher self making an entrance, basically without you dying, but you do die. See, the fact that it makes an entrance is your death. That's your death. So it's not that you're escaping death. You're not escaping death. It's miraculous, though, what happens, though, as you will see when you go back to the build. It's actually quite miraculous, and this is real life proven. This is right now. You have access to it. Everyone does. This is a part of you. So remember, and I say that 1,000,000 times, so you won't be able to forget that this is a part of you. I repeat it over and over, like this is a part of you. This is a part of you. But yeah, let me I'm gonna read the rest of this letter. It's only a little bit left here, and then we're gonna get ready to close out.
Okay.
Let me see here. So let me see what we got here. Exactly are equal. These practitioners pertain to Buddha. So they were saying like any merit gained by the dissolution of karma is dedicated to the benefit of the other rather than the self. So they just dropping jewels, giving you the pathway of how am I going upward trajectory towards rainbow body. Well, how you're doing that is through your heart, first of all, Merkaba, the balancing, the finding that ultimate harmony between those so-called opposing forces, finding that vortex where there is no opposition. You know what I'm saying? Like it is, right? Finding that middle ground. And so, you release these things. The vortex allows you to release the illusion. You release the illusion. And so you're back at zero, complete zero. And this allows you for your transfiguration. It allows for your higher self to be expressed, which the higher self is just that reflection of this big, greater self that we all are. So you're now, when you're looking at someone that's doing their rainbow body, now you're looking at somebody who's a reflection of your greater self. That's your higher self right there. Like when you look at somebody that's the rainbow body, you could literally say, oh, that's my higher self in front of me. Literally, because guess what? They're you. They're like the big version of you, which is everybody else. So they're everybody at one time in this realm. And that's the higher self. And you're that too. And so every example of them is just one flickering version of that light. One flicker of that light, that's their version of the higher self, which is everybody. Another flicker is you as your particular version that achieved the rainbow body at whatever lifetime. And that's your version, your flicker of the light of the higher self rainbow body. Then the next person's the next flicker of the light. This person, that person's the flicker of the light of the rainbow body. Some people have done this in the past already. Some people have returned to this realm as a booster. It's all a process to help itself. It all helps itself, So we're helping each other in this whole process, this whole grand divine design. And if you get into some of the Eastern studies and stuff, they break it down real nice. That's very accurate, on how things actually kind of unfold. But anyway, it says, so this view is fundamental to Buddhism and is the beginning and end point of rigorous discipline undertaken for the benefits of all beings. So this is no small task per se. Miraculous activities such as passing through walls, leaving foot and handprints in stones, reviving the dead, and appearing in multiple locations at the same moment are considered mere byproducts of this accomplishment. They are not the point, only signs along the way. And I'm glad they said it as the last sentence because we don't want to get stuck on what happens when you become the rainbow body because trust me, you're already going to know what happens. By the time you're on this path, even getting close to this, you're well aware of what time it is. No one got, no disrespect, but no one has to tell you anything at that point. You know what I'm saying? You're well on the way. So when they talk about these miraculous feats and stuff like that, that's the part a lot of people we don't mention. You don't mention that part because people, that can be a distraction to your ego, because remember, you have to kill off the ego to achieve this body. So if you're stuck on achieving miraculous feats and doing all this and that, you're going to stop yourself from actually achieving the body. It works as an opposite force. So as you're trying to attract to it, it's pushing you away more, because your ego is inflating that negative push away from it, if that makes sense. So it's about, you know, that nonchalance to return to zero, guys. Once again, we've shown this in so many different ways. And this kind of drives it home, because I think a lot of us, even no matter what we think, or no matter, you know, what we're on in this world, honestly, because of the nature of our existence, we do want to experience the light body, because the light body, the rainbow body, is the higher self, the grand one of ourself in this realm. Guess what? There's an even bigger version of ourselves beyond this realm. That's the crazy part about it. So attaining the rainbow body is really like a reflection of the whole self in every realm, but at the same time, really more so focused on ourself in this one realm. And then it expands, you know, beyond, of course, but it's really tied to the central thing, or the whole self in every realm, because that's why it's through the heart, because the heart is the Merkaba. It said that it can travel into every realm, because the heart is where all realms emanate from. So it doesn't travel, it does travel into every realm, because it has to go inside itself to travel inside those realms. And that's what the whole point of the vortex is. That's the vortex. That's the Merkaba. This is the process of the rainbow body. The Merkaba is just another dimensional side effect type of reality. It's happening anyway. You already got a Merkaba anyway. But when it's spinning at a certain level and it reached that harmony, oh yeah, it's a reflection of that rainbow body that's about to happen, or is happening. And so that's just a higher depth, a higher transition, a way that when we move in the upward trajectory on the Taurus field, we experience reality and it unfolds for us through the crown chakra. And so the last paragraph says, to become infatuated with these powers is to risk pride and arrogance. True Dzogchen practitioners hide their accomplishments to avoid attention and distractions. Chasing these abilities, or siddhis, without compassion and dedication to the freedom of all beings borders on sorcery, the pursuit of supernatural powers for the benefit of self. So now you see, what's the difference between magic and this greater cosmic magic? Well, the greater cosmic is a reflection of your bigger self, which is the whole self, the one. You know, you're moving outward. You're moving outward into the greater self, which is inward from the greater self's perspective. You're inward. But from your mini perspective within the whole, as one section of it, you're moving outward. And so that's, you know, letting you know that, you know, if you try to turn it into a personal pursuit, you don't even achieve it, really. You know, now you're trying to get into some sorcery and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, can you achieve a certain level with sorcery? Maybe. Because guess what? Those opposite, if you go exactly the opposite, I mean, we already established that this is the same field. This is the same energy. So lower is not bad. So if you go into it in magic and sorcery, I think that it's going to depend on material things that's going to make your power possible. Whereas when you go on the other trajectory, it's the perception of your power coming from within, and that you have infinite power, or even without in the universe, it's still the same infinite power. But it's a material pursuit limitation of power when you go into the sorcery method of traveling downward, because that's the nature of it. It's limited on purpose. It's not limited because, oh, that's evil. It's limited because limited is the nature of the downward spiral. It's going inward and inward, inward and inward. And so that's the true third, like, multi-dimensional aspect of the downward spiral. Two-dimensional aspect, that's when you start talking about it's good or evil. Oh, it's evil to go down or something. Or if you somebody that's on a certain idea, you might say, oh, it's good to go down. You know, that's when you get on that two-dimensional aspect. Shadow, that's that shadow again, 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
You know? And so not good or evil, but at the same time, a reality comes with each direction. And these are all perceptions. And guess what? Perception has to happen. So we can try to say, oh, but it doesn't matter about perception. You're right. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You're right. But guess what? You're gonna feel like it matters. Like if you go down, into a hellish existence, oh, you're gonna feel like it matters. Now, the truth is, it's not gonna matter though. Just like it doesn't matter now, just like even if you go into a heavenly realm, it doesn't matter. Go into a hell realm, it doesn't matter. Whatever kind of situation doesn't matter. But guess what? It's gonna feel like it matters. You're going to make it matter to you at that moment while it's feeling like it matters. So that's important to realize. That's the balance of it.
That's such a trip. Yeah, and it makes me think about how you said this build is not for everyone. I mean, you just really captured that. Because when you walk around here in this realm, the average person does not even contemplate sort of where we're going, right? Like,
Correct.
at least for me. um, and so I think, yeah, there's something there that's really, really interesting. And then for me, I guess the next question that I would ponder is like, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
Like, why is it that the average person doesn't sort of, this is almost like a different language, and why me? Why am I burdened with, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I get what you're saying now. I see. From my speculation, why is it seems like a rare amount experience, like even this level of talk where we talk about the rainbow body. Because even if this is even your conversation right now, guess what? Hooray, hooray, you're on your way. If you even have this as your conversation right now, like the fact that you're even here talking about this, hooray, hooray, you're on your way. But see, the thing is, why is that so rare and things like that? You know what I think it is? It's just like when you look at matter. It's like, when you look at the body, right? Maybe it's not rare. Maybe it's just the perception that it's rare. So like, for instance, right? What do I mean by that? So maybe like, for instance, like if you look at your actual physical body, right? You're like, okay, it's material. It's a physical body. It's here. But guess what? When your attention is on your physical and we woke up and we're living in this life, we're not aware of like the spiritual part of us, the energetic body, the mental body. We don't see any of that. We got to go inside to see the mind's eye where we imagine things at. And we imagine it inside when we can close our eyes, or we can have our eyes open and imagine whatever. But we imagine that with the mind's eye. And so, that's how it is. It's like the awareness is like that. So it seems like where it's like, oh, it's not that much. It's not that many people that accomplish this or that. But I think it's a balance of the level of accomplishment. Yeah. It's like a balance of the level of accomplishment and the level of existence, having some kind of balance and harmony where it's equal, where it's like that heaviness of that level of existence or balance. Let's just say the rainbow body, that pursuit and that movement and that motion is so heavy that it balances with like one person pursuing their rainbow body is counterbalancing like 10,000 people that's, on a downward pursuit of materialism. Because remember, materialism is fragmented, right? When we go there, we start to get into our individual self. We go into our piece by piece, our subconscious, the piece by piece.
Right. And for some people, the materialism drive is what keeps them sane, keeps them in balance, keep them, so, for example, the other day I was having, I was trying to build with someone who, a Black therapist, super rare, male, right? Like, and they're just super rational. And the idea to ponder sort of these questions, these big ideas is like, for what? But it works for them. Right, like their sort of thought process, that being super rational, but not having space to ponder this, and it works, like it, and it benefits many people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we always have these microcosms. So there's a lot of people. He could be in therapy. People could be doing great work, and they could be actually helping people and stuff, and on a physical level. So remember, we're multidimensional though. So we're dealing with one aspect, and that's a form of balance. But then, is that full balance? Is that the full harmonic scale?
I'm not about to play with you. Yeah.
So, but ultimately, these are just, everybody is a reflection in some way. We realize that this is us and this is ourself, and that's where our acceptance comes in at. We accept them at their part of the journey. They're at where they're at because they're them, and that's a good thing. That's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. And so we have to learn that, it's not personal. It's actually, it's not, but it is personal because it's personal on a higher level, on a higher, us as one level. It's personal, but on a specific individual piece of our reflection as us as one human, it's not personal. And so this journey to the higher self, so to speak, bridging that gap between the ultimate higher self or the perception of one, where humanity's headed, whether they accept it or not, right? Because the truth is there, the acceptance is already there, is whether they're in line with that acceptance, or do they accept reality or do they go against reality, And so they'll say, well, but doesn't that mean that, those people that want to go into the metaverse and stuff like that? Yeah, that's right, because guess what? That's oneness for them. That's the culmination of the lower self, meaning I culminated in my ultimate ego that I can control everything about my existence. So therefore, I had to create a lesser dimensional version of myself where that control can take place. And that's what the metaverse and all that shit is. That's that lesser dimension. It's also an inner dimension, though. But remember, inner is both ways. Inner can be greater inner or lesser inner.
Right. It's almost like the expression, like, who are you to tell me? Like,
right.
Yeah.
That's true. Like the embodiment of that expression. Yes, it is. It very much is like that. Like, it's that energy that they feel like, and that's personal. That's them going into their self and they're making it about their egos. You see that? So that's the other traveling of the other end of the torus, and they're going that other opposite direction, and it's going towards that inner self. And they just make it, but physically how that represents is that now you're focused on the human physical self ego. So it's different emanations of these focuses, right? That's what makes our total perception. It's emanations of the focuses of ourselves on multi dimensions, And so not to get too deep, but I'll just get ready to close it out. I'll close it out with my favorite image of the cosmos at this time, right now at least. Is this particular Vedic cosmology that we pulled up throughout the different series, the different part of the series. And this kind of illustrates a very sacred truth here, and I love it to death and life and everything in between. And so here we have the larger torus field that is our reality, as we established on previous streams. The physical realm is a part of that, right? And the physical realm that we call the physical realm is the bottom of the torus of this earthly realm here, this big, larger realm. And there's more to this realm than we're even aware. So we're just at such a concentrated point that our expansion, has so much more to fill in this larger expanse of reality. And so the journey, the beauty is in the journey, the movement, right? As we move, that's the beauty in it, the ugliness or the beauty, because beauty is only ugliness on a different perception. That's why they say beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You know what I'm saying? Because its beauty is perception, because anything can be beauty depending on your perception. So even ugliness is beauty, right? Even the lie is the truth, right? And so these are, even discord is a form of harmony. And so when we look at, our different various aspects of the realm, the only thing I would say is that these realms are not the only reason they have them on top and below like that is to denote their frequency of inward. So it's to denote their frequency. But are they actually literally? You could say that too. They're literally on top of each other. But guess what? They're literally, space is an illusion too. And it's also the ultimate truth. So there's only one space. So likely all these realms are at different frequencies on top of each other, layered through each other on different frequencies. But the easier way to look at it without it being so confusing is to spread them out like, oh, the upper realms, which represent higher vibrational existences, go up, and then etc. for the lower realms, etc. So we notice at the bottom, the great ocean surrounds the cosmos, the great cosmos. And these cosmos are related to these lower, and these have, their own little colors in the cosmos behind. All this stuff means something. So when we look at the bottom, it's a snake at the very bottom. The snake at the very bottom. What is that?
Yeah, what's that?
The snake at the very bottom is motion, right? Remember, that's what creates reality, is vibration, light, the perception of motion. The vortex is what the universe of universes. See, this is how deep this gets.
Yeah, so snake, do you mean serpent? Do you mean 8-figure? That?
Yeah, like the snake figure of serpent, water serpent, as we see here at the bottom. We see this water serpent. They call it Ananta Shisha. Ananta Shisha. This is a water serpent in the great ocean, beneath the lowest realm, what they call the lowest realm, right? All right, this is just their expression of these same ideas reflecting within ourselves. That snake is representing motion, all right? So it's a deeper sacred truth of the same things we built on. We didn't miss it. We talked about the build.
Without that very bottom layer, nothing else would be able to exist, because it's because of the turning of the serpent piece at the very bottom that allows motion to exist for the upper realms.
Correct. And that's how it manifests, in that way of perception of upper and lower. At the top of this, we have a person seated in the lotus position here, and it's a person, and it represents, and they point to this person, and they say, that's Brahma Loka, because they said Brahma is the one who fell asleep and dreamed within the dream, and dreamed universes, right? Dreamed of all these universes. And so when we look at this, I was breaking this down in an earlier stream of how there's a greater reality. So even when we talk about the astral world, let's say the astral world is like the backstage of this bubble of reality. But then if we look in the background, we see all these other bubbles of universes. Well, that greater fabric that universe, all these bubbles are in of universes, that's the actual reality that we could say. And is that really the reality? Maybe not. It's probably a bubble in a greater bubbles, and the same thing over again. And so but see, that's the depth and the length that we can actually experience ourselves within. That's how beautiful this is.
That's why it's so healing. I mean, that there is why
that's the void. That fabric back there that those bubbles are in is the void, because that's the opposite of the movement part. It's the so-called stillness part, or the 0 to the 1. Once it starts moving, is really the child. Because remember, the movement is in between the 0 and the 1. The 0 and the 1 are the same thing. And that's the ultimate secret. And that's not a secret, that's the ultimate mystery.
Right.
And so that's the heart chakra, the balance of everything, that the 0 and 1 are actually the same, and the motion in between them, that's the child. That's the byproduct, which is all of reality. That's the whole light-based realms of everywhere, all the universes. That's it. And so I'll close out with just that image of knowing that, you know, when we talk about becoming our higher self, we're stepping more into this greater realm of existence, and the rainbow body, as we can see these rainbow type colors and stuff all around. The rainbow body is just a emanation or a direct reflection of that higher self merging with the perception of this particular self, which is also a reflection of the greater self. So that's why the rainbow body is still holds the shape of this form of like, oh, this human, you know, you're this human in this space time. And so your rainbow body's holding that shape, you know, and presenting itself like that mostly, but kind of not, because you can barely see it. And it's like this bright light, really. It's like an amalgamation of lights and this and that. So you barely can keep up with it, but it can be in multiple places at once, this and that, because all of that is a part of the sacred truth of our ultimate self.
Right. And it's a trip that in the middle where we lie is a mirror. That's the mirror. It's reflecting the bottom and the top. And that's why, you know, that's also been a theme in the builds. And yeah, that's where that's the realm we live in, which is why that theme obviously would come up.
Absolutely. Well said. And so, yeah, I think that's a great place to end it. So yeah, this was the final part of this particular series. And as we go back and continue to look at these, we will see the big picture. There's definitely a very big spiritually driven picture that has been created and painted with this series. And so it's up to us to take our time and pick up the jewels that we ourselves laid down. You know, we ourselves laid these down. So shout out to everybody that comes across this information. This is for you. This is a reflection of yourself. The culmination of all the information of the balance, the harmony, is that ultimate harmonious body, the rainbow body, the transfiguration, the movement into. That's what transfiguration is. It's that movement into the rainbow body.
Right. I'm gonna let you close out, and I just want to say I love you. You know, to whomever, everyone. You know, I love you, and as always, love and gratitude. And with that, I'm gonna let you close out.
Thank you. And yes, I love you all. I love us. We are love. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Misha. It's been a pleasure to have you on these builds. This was truly something spectacular that will sink in later. For me, this is going to sink in later. I don't even know what's going on. And you know, the funny thing about it, Misha, is that on the electromagnetic build, you know what was funny? We were demonstrating that electromagnetic dance because I was listening to it. And it was funny because it was like, you know, I was constantly saying, and I'm still saying it, and I was like, every time I'm saying something, I'm like, you know, and I'm like saying that positive, like pushing, like repulsing out, and you're saying, I don't know, I don't know, I'm just listening to it, I'm like, wow, this is crazy. And it's at points where you're talking and you're just naturally saying it though. It's not to be the opposite of me. You're just saying that in your way, like you're just like, I don't know, I'm not sure about that, but I don't know, like I don't know. Yeah. And it's like saying I don't know, and I'm saying and you're saying I don't know, and it's like it's both is true, and it's like amazing because that's like the feminine and the masculine. That's that dance, and it's just that's one of the beautiful gems we will continue to pick up as we listen back. It's a level of harmony we probably can't even comprehend right now, but that I just thought that was so amazing and so beautiful. I was like, wow, look at this the 0 and the 1. It's a 0 and 1 again. So, but yeah, on that note, peace, love, and infinite light to you. Many blessings. May you have what your heart desires, because ultimately all of our hearts desire the same thing, doesn't it? And so with that, I'll go ahead and end this series. Peace and love to the family. 1.